The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. A lot to get to potentially in this crossover.
Maybe.
Josh Peterson, welcome back.
Yo,
Congratulations.
thank you.
We're going to talk about that. Mike Schaefer is here.
Hello.
He's I think he's almost
He's
in the
getting logged
computer.
in early.
That's good.
Look at this.
Joey is here.
I'm here.
Hey, Joey.
Hey.
Joey's getting ready to put out his full NFL schedule
It's
soon.
already there.
Oh, you put it out?
Yeah.
All right, it's out.
already
Sorry.
there.
You had so many leaks that I
just
felt like
counting it down for the
Right.
actual
Right.
real deal. 2
Okay.
weeks before.
excellent. And we're all here, but John Bishop is not.
Nope.
And so I don't know what we're going to do about this conversation.
There are people who are commenting in our YouTube chat with information that I did not know was public at all.
Because you're not on Facebook.
Because I actually don't know what happened. You gave me the smallest bit of info.
That's what I have.
And I got a smaller bit of info from Josh asking for me to be available to fill in on Monday.
yes.
I had to reiterate a couple times on the baseball broadcast this weekend and today on the show that John is mostly okay.
Yes.
He's
alive.
He's alive.
He's talking.
He's talking.
I talked to him on the phone a little bit ago.
Okay, that's positive.
I heard his voice.
But he'll be
He'll be gone.
he'll be very triggered for an extended period of time, and
More than normal.
yeah, more so than normal.
Yeah. I would say this. It will, because who was I talking to today? Oh, and another coworker I was on the phone with. And this person asked about what the show will look like. I said, remember COVID? He'll be home for a while.
A long time ago.
He'll be home for a while
Mhm.
doing shows from Lincoln.
Yeah.
Is what will happen.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So for my Wednesday spot, should I just drive to John's house now
oh, that's a great idea.
and just appear that way?
Interesting.
it's an excellent idea.
Or he could get a ride to your house
Maybe. Well, he wouldn't be able to drive himself.
and get a ride.
Yeah, maybe the company will bring him some cheer. I think he's going to need some cheer.
There was an email from one of our bosses this weekend that said, if you need me to bring anything, I can, aka equipment.
And I have brought that back.
Yeah, you have that now. I think John will just do the show on StreamYard. Old school COVID. way.
I don't need it. We can deliver it to John
Yeah.
right now.
Right now, you're going to leave here and go stop by?
I'm not going to Lincoln anytime soon.
Okay.
Oh, I
Well-
do drive home tonight.
he does
so
live in Lincoln.
That's true.
For a small fee, I'm willing to make the delivery.
Oh, that'd be nice.
If Schaefer won't do it, I will bring it to him when I guess the next time I'll go to Lincoln is next week.
I'm going to Lincoln
Uh,
Friday.
Creighton plays Nebraska.
Is that next week? Is
In
that
a-
a week from tomorrow?
It's either a 1 week or 2 weeks.
It's still
from
weird that
tomorrow.
there are
May
two
6th.
games in Lincoln.
May
this year.
6th.
May 6th.
That's a Tuesday.
It's unusual.
It is.
So I'm filling in to cover that game for Brunts.
Oh,
And
baseball.
he was like, oh yeah, it's Nebraska Creighton. And I was like, oh, I got to drive to Omaha for the 14-hour baseball
Nope.
game with 37 pitcher changes.
Nope.
He's like, no, you just got to drive to Lincoln.
For the same 14-hour
So-
baseball game with 37 pitching
It's
changes.
it's better for the drive home.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is next year, I think I've asked this of John. I don't know if he knows the answer. Is next year going to have 2 games in Omaha? Are they going to alternate now on who has more home games?
You would think, but I don't know.
Interesting.
They should just pick random parks around the state to play the third game in.
Now coming to you live from Fricky Field, it's Nebraska and Creighton.
Just go to Tal Anderson
Just
Field.
Go to
There you
Duncan. Go out to
From
Duncan
Duncan.
Field in Hastings. Nebraska.
Columbus.
That would be so. It's 3:45 to center, so that'd be quite a game.
Whoa, that's basically what it is at
Quite a
Haymarket
game.
Park.
That's part of why I gave up so many runs or home runs tonight.
Of course,
I suspect.
of course. I would think. I would think. Well, and then we also have Marathon Man Josh back.
Hello.
Josh, I was so stressed out watching the little running man on the little tracker.
The little picture moving.
It kept, you really turned it on there, I think, for the last couple miles. And I'm glad you did, because I would have been heartbroken for you if you didn't get your 3 hours.
Oh, thank you.
Even though I know it was a long, hard training block that didn't bring everything that you needed, that you wanted it to. But to get that far and to have a chance and then to not do it would have probably been sad.
Yeah, there was a moment in the race, and I've written and talked about this on Chasing 3 Hours. So if anyone wants even more content beyond like 5 minutes in the crossover, they can go check that out. But I had a moment in the race where I was like, do I really want to keep pushing this hard? Because I was in some pain, man. And I was like, yes, I do. And so I just kept going.
Let's go.
Kept going, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a very special day.
It's
so sad that it's already a week old.
Were you listening? Were you listening to music as you were running?
I had nothing. I was raw dogging it. Yeah.
Wow.
Podcasts?
No podcasts. No college football pods in my ears. No Stuart Mandel at double speed.
You could have been listening to
no one talking like a
Bill Simmons
comical cartoon voice because you listen to things at 4 times speed.
Just 2, Shay. Just
we
double
figured
speed.
out before the show that you were going to end up finishing right, like as the odd news was happening.
Oh,
and I was like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, and we took it over. We just totally missed the break. We screwed up the clock or whatever. I was like, we have to,
because I pretty much finished right at
it was right
noon.
before noon.
Yeah, right at noon here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Noon. Yeah, because I started at 10:01 Eastern time, so 9:01 here, and I finished in 2:58 something.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, we were tracking it live. We were freaking out.
Wow, very
stressed.
Cool. Yeah.
And then you went and sang "Sweet Caroline."
Oh yeah, I have not sent this to anybody but you.
Yeah.
I sent the video of my wife and I singing "Sweet Caroline" to Happer, and you just said "boo," I believe, or
much later. I was doing a baseball game.
Yes,
and
that was Tuesday.
Yes, and then I said "boo."
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
Who are they playing again?
Mariners. Yeah,
Stibbs' Mariners.
Yeah, he was not happy with me.
I was not happy with you either. You sang a bad song.
Oh, it was a great song. What do you think of "Sweet Caroline"? It's fun, isn't it?
It's whatever.
I just think it's overrated.
At Fenway, though, guys.
Thank you, Boston Joey.
Joey, at Fenway, though.
Whose guy we taking?
It's overrated.
Overrated.
Completely.
I did really like. I always forget that they play "Dirty Water" after wins.
That's great.
That was fun.
I can mess with that.
So, Josh, did you happen to catch Larry Bird during the race?
No, he was there.
Someone dressed up as Larry Bird.
Oh, I thought you meant the actual Larry Bird.
Ran the marathon wearing a Larry Bird.
That was probably with the jokesters in the back.
Mm.
Josh is a serious runner.
No, there was a banana that beat me. There was a banana that ran 2 hours and 47 minutes.
Oh, it's a big win for fruit.
Yeah, that's a big. I mean, just imagine if a guy in a hot dog or a bacon would have beaten you.
Tough.
If you were thinking about a food themed costume, would be like, what would be the worst one to lose to?
I mean, a banana is always tough. I guess I would say a pancake because it's wider.
Yeah.
It's not aerodynamic.
Are not in its favor.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Though I don't know if there's like a downslope.
I've never seen a pancake though. Man, a pancake man.
There
has to exist. It has to be a couple's costume for Halloween, just like the bacon and egg that Shelby and I did.
Yeah, you kept the bacon.
Maybe I should try to get to the Boston Marathon just so I can wear the bacon.
Would you run a 5K in the bacon?
Weirdly, we are discussing running a 5K at some point this year. I am not willing to commit to running it in a bacon suit.
Running.
People will be dressed up in all sorts of different things.
And that's fine. I already am very, very unlikely to wanting to do a 5K. Doing it in a bacon suit.
It's like 3 miles.
Yeah, no, it's just
3.1, Shave.
Gross.
There was somebody who wore in Eugene. They had their marathon this weekend, and they do a 5K on the Saturday beforehand. That's sponsored by some pancake company, and so there are pancakes that run in that.
That's cool.
Which is why that was on my mind.
See, if everyone's dressed up as breakfast food for it, that makes the race better.
Oh, if everyone had to do it?
Yeah.
How do you dress up as an egg, though?
I think you have to like sign up as what they have again. They have like costumes for that.
What about like a bagel? How do you dress up as a bagel? There's no way.
Probably
it's almost
just
like one of those
looks
donut
like it has
ones.
a bunch of specs on it for the everything bagel.
Yeah, but
is there donut costumes?
Yeah, but how do you do the whole?
It's just like your body.
But I am not empty.
Yeah, no, you're not.
I am a man.
You are a man. You are a human being.
Famously, you are not empty.
There's no way to simulate the donut hole.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
No way to simulate the bagel hole either. I don't know. Doesn't seem right to me.
I don't know that people get as hung up on it as you do.
Yeah,
Probably.
see, look, here it is. And it's just like a black spot. You're not in on this, though.
I
See,
guess.
there is a way to simulate it.
I guess.
You just don't choose to accept it.
That's right. I
Now,
just would rather it be more anatomically correct.
I'd rather it be an illusion. that the person
My
has no
illusions,
middle.
Dad. Now, here's a bagel costume happer that
Yeah.
has cream cheese on it.
Oh, cool.
You could be this for
That
Halloween.
looks
Yeah,
good.
there's definitely got to be bagel costumes that have like schmear all over.
I would be a bagel. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I would order that. How much does it cost? $50?
$38.95
That's a pretty good deal.
from findcostume.com.
That sounds real.
I bet you could find a spirit store in any vacant retailer around town, and it probably has a bagel costume.
Wow. Look at this tweet from Amazing Daniel.
Mm.
The irony of me asking, how would you dress up as an egg when he is the prime candidate for it? He's talking about my baldness,
Oh,
which I don't care about, and I'm not offended
put it on
by.
the internet.
Don't put it on the internet that I care about that.
you should write like a really long post on a message board with a ton of emojis about how you don't care about being bald. That's
Okay.
how I would then know you
That's-
definitely don't care about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, I think there's somebody people want us to talk about, but in honor of Shay filling
What do people
into-
want us to talk about?
I mean, I'll just say his name.
the-
Shafe, you can stay quiet over there. Where was it at? Let me scroll. It was just, will you talk about Sean Callahan today? Yeah, Jordan.
Oh, they're
can we talk
dropping
about
the punt?
Sean
Of
Callahan
course.
today?
I'd love
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, we will not be talking about Sean Callahan today.
It's your show.
All right, maybe we'll be talking about Sean Callahan today.
He dropped it.
Oh, he did.
Don't
Put
leave
it on the internet that he
Only
dropped
one guy
it.
dropped it, but don't put it on the internet that he dropped it.
Oh man,
You should have caught it.
should have caught it.
Got the second one.
I think he did too. He caught one of them.
I got the second one.
Mm-hmm.
That's 1 out of 4 for the whole media.
Shout out to Mitch.
Or I mean 3 out of 4.
Yeah, Mitch
1
Sherman.
out of 4 dropped.
Mitch is going to join us next hour.
Yeah.
I bet
Mitch-
he's probably getting so annoyed getting asked about this crap.
Mitch caught it.
He did.
He had bobble, but
He did, but he
That's a-
caught
I
it.
think they all nobody had a smooth,
clean catch?
on it. Even Damon's wasn't like a
Whoa.
particularly clean.
yeah, I
catch.
heard they were testing out the gun on him.
Yeah.
They were with the cannon.
Hmm.
How do you think you would have done?
I was not asked, and if I was, I think I would have declined.
Sad.
It's just like that's not who I am. I'm not someone who likes things to go poorly for myself, anyways, and I certainly wouldn't want an audience for it.
Mm.
So
What?
knowing that about myself,
You might dress up as a bacon for a 5K.
Yeah, that
a lot
is
of
interesting
pressure
how
doing
you are,
it.
because I feel like the Venn diagram of someone who would willingly catch a punt in front of a stadium not even 25% full, and someone
People
who would
forget.
who
Don't
would-
put it on the internet.
who would
though.
dress as bacon for Halloween, which you have done. I feel like that would be a circle, and yet
Yeah.
you're separate.
no,
Because I'm not a Halloween costume guy. I think that I can't do it personally.
But I'm not a Halloween costume guy, but I would love to miss a punt in front of 8,000 people.
It does sound fun. I'd love to do it.
I don't think there was 8,000 people either.
6?
Whatever that
I heard
number
it was
was, give me the
5,000.
under.
5,000.
5.
5 or
I
4.
can show you the photo
4,500.
of,
Charles says I would catch a punt dressed as a burrito. Yeah, why not mend them together?
There you
Meld
go.
them together.
No, I would not have wanted to do that. That's just not. I don't
No,
know.
no.
I know how I am. I know how I would react to not doing well with it,
I would have loved to do it.
and I wouldn't put myself in that situation knowing what my personality is. So,
Mm.
and
yeah.
there's other media
Self-scout.
members that declined it because of the exact same rationale.
They have
So,
self-scouts.
like I wouldn't have done it. But yeah, the Husker Games happened this weekend. So.
People forget they did.
Wow. They did.
They did. The Husker Games.
It's a shame that neither one of you were there to experience the.
It is a shame. It is
Yeah,
a
what's
shame.
the takeaway that you're going to have?
I had
from
to
the
be
Husker
worried
game?
about my dear friend John. And his-
My biggest takeaway when I was
Limbs.
leaving on Saturday is I'm going to be asked about this on every radio interview, and Brunson and I will have a podcast.
Oh,
And what am I supposed to say about what I watched on Saturday?
and so have you figured it out yet?
No,
well, I already
Alright,
asked him
there's-
once.
Yeah, I heard.
there's you can talk about some of the young players that you were able to watch. You can discuss whether this is an event that should ever happen again.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what you said.
Wow, it's that memorable of a
It's not
game.
memorable. It wasn't a particularly memorable.
Did they make a mistake? Did they make a mistake in doing this?
I think the mistake was the idea that if you weren't going to have the actual spring game, you needed to come up with something to provide a reason for people being there. And the competition stuff was somewhat chaotic as it was going on. Like if you're a live spectator, you have no idea who's doing anything. Mm-hmm. There's no one, Dwayne was the MC of it and he was trying to talk through it, but it's not like he's telling you who the people are that's benching or what and they have the camera on it and it just wasn't, the presentation of it wasn't particularly spectator friendly. Well, then your football field is very clean for the sight lines to watch the action as it's happening on the field. It's really hard to see anything when the entire team is surrounding a guy when he's doing, and then also you're watching someone bench press.
Eat chicken wings.
The level of enthusiasm about this isn't going to be particularly
It did make me want to eat chicken wings, number one.
Oh, I love chicken wings.
Yeah, I love chicken wings.
I don't know that
I think about it.
Are there a lot of situations where you don't want to eat wings?
No, but do you remember my tweet from a couple weeks ago about the chicken? You immediately texted me.
I don't.
I tweeted about chicken wings. I go, I could eat some chicken wings right now. And you said, what kind of wings are we talking about? Like you texted me. You took it off the internet. You were I have to talk about chicken wings with Happer.
Yeah, I was curious. I wanted to know.
It was like midnight. It was like midnight.
I wanted to know what, because it was like an 11 o'clock tweet, wasn't it?
It was, it was, I think it was close to midnight.
I was like, all right, are we talking like Parmesan garlic? Are we talking just straight buffalo?
I think I said straight buffalo. Yeah. This is probably one of the last few texts that we've shared with each other.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, I'm not much of a texter.
Yeah, I don't think the Husker Games will return in this form.
Yeah,
I got to take Schaefer.
Honestly, the biggest thing to me is if you want to have something like this, and you're not going to have the normal spring game, at some point during this process, I think they're going to get to doing a scrimmage, and you could have it where the money goes to your NIL operation. Mm-hmm. And they did something similar a couple falls ago. I think it would really behoove them to make that as the replacement of the actual spring game.
Yeah.
Because I think you would get thousands of people who would want to attend. I think it would be a lot more interesting for people watching that. And you don't have to have it televised. You don't have a portal window you have to be worried about. Everything that Matt Rule said as to why they didn't want to have a spring game.
Yep.
None of that is a problem if you're doing it in August during fall camp. Now, logistically, is that an issue with getting the stadium? Shouldn't be. You've already done this. Mm-hmm. Do you want to blow it out to its spring game levels? I don't know. But can you make money for your NIL? Absolutely.
Definitely.
Do people want to go? Absolutely. Do you need to have a bunch of like weird little competitions and games to get people into a stadium? No.
What was it, Happer? Was it you who said it earlier when you were talking to Schaefer that maybe we did learn about the public's tolerance level of this?
Of non-football items.
Yeah,
I think the problem was this whole thing felt half-assed from the rollout of it to the ideas to what it looked like on Saturday. And I don't want to, people invested time and energy into this, but that doesn't separate people from their money. It didn't make someone want to drive to Lincoln.
So what do you care?
Go watch electronic horses and calf roping.
What do you think Nebraska cares about more? Getting money or like earning money from people or like, following the wishes of
they wanted
football.
Their cake and they wanted to eat it too.
They should have just played the stupid spring game.
Yeah,
they would have had 50,000 people there.
Anything.
Yeah,
but
or
they
don't
did
do anything.
Yeah,
they didn't want to do the spring game. They didn't want it to be televised. So this is a route that they chose to go, which is fine. But no one over there at the athletic department can look at Saturday and call that a success from a financial standpoint.
How many people showed up to remember that spring? It was Frost's second to last year. It was 2021. How many people showed up to that practice that they opened?
Oh, I remember that
they allowed media members to go to. It was like a cloudy gray day. How many people were there?
Oh, it wasn't as many as there was on Saturday, but not that far off.
It was practice. It was football.
Yeah.
Why, just do that, instead of doing the weird crap.
How about a couple of those Friday Night Lights camps, Schaefer? What do you think? You think a couple of those Friday Night Lights camps beat that? on Saturday?
In terms of like
people,
yeah, maybe some of the early ones,
the Micah Parsons
the
one,
the Buki one,
like the 2017 when it was at its apex.
Yeah,
probably. The ones that I've attended recently, when that thing has become as stale as the spring game, no. So a lot of it is like you want to have these events and you want to get people excited, and it's trial and error. And I give them credit for trying something, but it very much felt like this all happened last second, and then they had to kind of like throw it together.
Yeah.
And so if you know you're not going to play a spring game anymore and you have a plan for that, I don't think this is what it's going to look like next year. And so
it's fine if they don't do anything, honestly.
Well, yeah, I don't. And again, I think you always have to acknowledge, like, it's not designed for me to go watch it and get much out of it. And I understand that. But I don't know who it's designed for. I really don't. I mean, the recruits that I've talked with had a good time, but they were going to have a good time whether there was something that happened there or not, because they were going to go through Nebraska's new facilities and spend time with the coaches and talk about their future. None of that had anything to do with whether some team won a bench pressing contest.
That's right.
So, I haven't heard from anyone that's attended it that was like, yeah, I would totally do that again. There was more enthusiasm about the garage sale than I think anything else.
Too much, I would argue.
Yes. Was there too much?
Well, there was a long line.
Well,
Schaefer, there was like a billion people there.
Did you grow up in families that had garage sales?
I went to garage sales.
They were around.
My mom, like, the summer got built around having the garage sale. Like, my cousins would be a part of it. Like, this was a big deal. Like, this was a big
the Schaefer family
summer.
Garage sale.
And what always stood out to me is if the garage sale started at 7 a.m., there would be people parking on our street by 6:15, 6:20 in the morning.
You like promoted it. You like had
Columbus
signs.
being, you would put it in the newspaper, or there would be a sign on the block or whatever.
They probably knew that you had some stuff.
Like, we had a newspaper route, and I would be out at like 6 a.m. delivering newspapers, and there'd be people like sitting in their car waiting for the garage.
That's insane.
The anticipation for the Schaefer garage sale.
And it has nothing to do with just like, people get pumped for garage sales. Like, it's
poll question.
The community of Columbus, like, this is a big deal. Like, people get fired up for if you have like a free box, that thing ain't making it to 11.
That's true.
Someone might just come by and just pick up the whole box.
Everything
like,
was
I just
5,
take it? And you're like, well, it says free.
That was the thing. People were walking out with. Apparently, our young Matt was there, and he was like, some people brought wagons. You know, the little red wagons, and they just filled up
the ones
the
that
wagon.
They put kids in now.
They probably spent $100 and filled up their entire wagon.
Hudson loves his wagon.
I have a wagon type. It's not a real red wagon yet.
It's the child wagons. I see the kids in these things.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know.
No, babies are now in wagons instead of strollers.
In the wagons.
When did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, the radio flyer has been around forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the red wagons.
Yeah. No, not one of those. I'm gonna find
the new wagons.
How do I search baby wagon?
It's like a stroller.
Radio flyer, like cloth wagon.
It's like a hybrid stroller wagon situation.
So in between.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a wagon.
Yeah, but like
the radio flyer.
Yeah, it's. I thought you were like, look at this stuff. Like, what are we doing here for the children? This is unreal.
Yeah, it's kind of. That's a little much.
It's $700.
That's way past what.
Yeah.
Hudson has, but his does have a roof, which I think is a little insane.
They always talk about
you're gonna get sunburned.
Yeah, they don't want the children to get sun on them. By the way, I found a tweet.
Probably makes sense.
From June of 2017 from Pick 6 Previews. 10,000 plus at the famed Micah Parsons.
Probably an exaggeration, but
dude, look at the photos of this. Look at all those people.
I was there.
You don't think it was that many? Okay.
By the way, I got a text from Mike Schaefer on April 4th at 11:32 p.m.
Don't read his text on the air. He doesn't like this.
What sauce on those wings? And I said, maybe just some medium buffalo.
Yep.
Honestly, boneless. Fork was the second text message. I said fork.
Oh, boneless.
I wanted to eat buffalo wings with a fork, apparently, which is not usually
Were you
like
hammered?
me. No. I must have just gotten back from a baseball game, and I really wanted chicken wings, and I wanted to eat them with a fork. Schaefer said, sounds delightful. And then the conversation ended.
Oh, wow.
Thank you for following up.
That does sound delightful.
You see a friend of yours talking about wings at 11 o'clock at night. It piques your interest.
Yeah. It's like, remember that one time that I needed a lime?
I do.
I walked over to a bar asking for a lime because I wanted to make a margarita.
Wow. And you didn't think to go to the grocery store?
I was too inebriated. I could not drive.
They wouldn't have let you in the grocery
it was before,
store?
You could run to the store.
Like Instacart.
They had them. Oh, yeah, I guess they had Postmates, but I wasn't going to Postmate a lime.
People have done it.
Whole question, would you Postmate a lime?
Yeah, people have done it.
Mm-hmm. They definitely have.
All right, I have something.
Oh, you had something for us.
I would like to bring up, largely
Topic
just
alert.
to see if either of you would ever do this, have done anything like this, if people at large have done something like this.
Okay.
Saturday morning, last week was busy. I don't know where you're at with it when you're a homeowner, but you're also a parent and you have a finite amount of time, and mowing becomes relatively difficult because you don't want to. When your kid is home, you want to be around with your kid. You don't want to be busy with stuff, but then they go to bed. You don't really want to mow when they're going to bed. They go to bed early enough. It's still light out. But you can't utilize it.
Yep.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
All of this leads to me needing to mow on Saturday.
Okay.
I mow 2/3 of my yard on Saturday before I ran out of time because I had to get to the Husker games.
Classic.
You know who also mowed on Saturday?
Who?
John Bishop.
Yeah, well, one of us is here today for the other.
Much to his dismay. He mowed on Saturday.
Maybe if he would have only mowed 2/3 of his yard. But no. So
no.
I mow the back.
Poor
I start
John.
with the back because that's going to take the longest, and it's high, and I'm just like having to fight through it, and it's doing the thing where it's taking on so much grass that the mower is just like wheezing, or it's just like fighting through. Get the back done. Get like one of the side yards done. Look at my watch, and it's like
you just quit.
It's like I couldn't justify. I didn't want to be late. I don't know why. But
I respect
I needed
this.
to show up.
So
on
it wasn't 2/3 of the actual it wasn't 2/3 of a part. Like you didn't just stop in the middle of the front yard.
But
it was just one of the
the
sides.
split of the driveway was the half of. So that got done, and the back got done, and then a portion of the front did not get mowed. And
This is wild that you wouldn't start with the front.
I had some rationale that I wanted to get the back. The back was just higher, and I knew it was going to be like a bigger fight
project,
an issue.
You knew that there was a chance that you were going to have to quit.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So
and I didn't want to quit like halfway through the back and then have it just. But what I'm largely asking is it super abnormal to basically only mow half of your yard in a section and then come back and finish it another time? Have you ever done that? Have you ever just stopped midway through a mow? Not because the mower broke down or you ran out of gas or whatever.
Yes, I've definitely.
One of the great things about home mowing.
So I didn't mow it again until Sunday. So I didn't come home and mow it immediately after.
And then you almost feel like you have to just
go
re-mow
over
the
it
other
again?
stuff.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
now I'm a day. It's like off a little bit.
Yeah, that's not that bad. One day shouldn't make that big of a difference.
Yeah.
I will say that one of the great things about being a homeowner is that you are afforded the ability to do this and nobody cares. It's amazing.
I'm assuming nobody even really noticed.
No, nobody cares or notices.
But
you can do whatever you want.
There was a moment where the neighbor had mowed on Sunday, and that side was mowed. The one side that I did mow was down, so that's both lower, and then the one section was really high. So it looked really stupid.
That's hilarious. It's like a bad haircut.
Yeah, it really was.
Does the HOA, do they notice? They come around and they're like,
HOAs are such a ripoff.
Oh, we're talking about HOAs on this show.
It's too bad Nick's not here.
Bad things happen.
We talked about HOAs. What was that? 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And wow.
Nick, I don't think understood the concept of
Yes. Yeah. Because I agree with you, actually. I think HOAs are dumb. But Nick was confused about why are they making me do this? Like you agree when you move to the neighborhood to pay for it. Yeah.
There is a service that they provide.
Part of living in the neighborhood, and you have to follow its covenant. And then randomly they just decide that they need an extra $100 from you that you don't know what it's going for, but hey, there's maybe a flower somewhere in the neighborhood that's paid.
They're going to build a nice new sign at the front of the neighborhood.
They're not going to maintain any of the public spaces with any consistency, but
no,
they're going to pay for it.
They might put a sign up there though.
By the way, our whole chat now is just What happened to John? What happened to John? What happened to John?
We've given them too many kernels, I think.
But some of our friends, as we figured out earlier, are Facebook friends with John and or John's wife.
Yeah.
And that is because I am not.
Well, John gets tagged and stuff.
I just had the screenshot sent to me of of what happened. My God.
Does this want you to come back to Facebook so you'll know more about
Absolutely not. No, I'm happy that
Get Josh back to Facebook.
No. The best part is so
the only book you need is Facebook.
She tagged him in a way where she is with him. And so that is how then everybody
It's
got
all
to see
there.
It. Wow.
It's all there.
Wow. Unreal. This is terrible. This is absolutely awful.
This
is horrible.
He's
for
fine,
our friend John.
But
he
it's bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is this is not great.
Mm.
The photo alone is just
horrendous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Bad picture.
There's a little R2D2
Bad
in the
timing.
background.
that poor guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I just think, John, so this incident happened, and he
just tweeted about join us on the broadcast tonight.
That's the thing. Josh and I were talking about this last night. He seems so happy. John is rarely outwardly happy.
He texted
right?
you.
He texted me like a funny joke.
He never texts.
John
is a DM on Twitter guy.
And so I felt like, wow, John is in a really good mood today. And then like an hour later, I got a message and a call, and it was like, we're in the hospital, and John's going to have to get fixed up here.
Yeah.
Yep. So he was having such a good day. And of all the things, it was the gas mowing.
Mm.
It was the gas
Do you
mowing,
think this would have happened if he was lib mowing?
which he loves so dearly? I don't
if
know.
it was an electric mower, would he be with us today?
I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He didn't lose anything or anything like that. There wasn't a chopping situation.
No, he has all of his
Wasn't
limbs.
an episode of Mad Men?
He has all of his limbs.
Yeah. Just
Sean, did John mow his foot off? No, he
No,
has a foot.
no,
It's
no.
not like that Mad Men episode.
Yes, exactly.
he didn't lose any limbs,
No.
but
He just lost joy.
He lost a lot of joy.
The joy is gone.
And seeing this Facebook post now, I mean, I'm just doing a little bit of math. You know, he doesn't like fast forwarding his summer. I think John might be wanting to fast forward.
this might be the worst summer of John's life.
I think that you are correct.
Not summer of John.
No.
Immediately went to Summer of George.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Summer of George.
Not the summer of John.
No.
John's already so mad at the College World Series. Imagine what he's going to be like this year.
Stib says John didn't exactly have a lot of joy to begin with.
No, exactly, which is what made it so interesting that it happened on that day. He had joy that day.
Yeah.
But what about the College World Series now when he doesn't have very much joy, and
Yeah,
now he'll just have
we have a
very-
meeting coming up in a couple of weeks about this, and he'll have to join via
About
Zoom.
John's joy?
No, about the College World Series.
we should have a meeting about
Right
joy.
around
We should
the
have
corner.
regular meetings about each of the employees' joy.
Oh, wow. What a
Each
great
of you
idea.
get your own meeting for your morale?
Oh,
Gosh, what would
That
happen?
doesn't actually sound like it would go
no,
well.
this
Yeah.
sounds like hell.
It sounds like that's not an idea that I
Yeah.
should have put out there.
Yeah.
Could make morale better.
Maybe you could try it with your company.
I think morale's high.
Awesome.
The
good.
Husker
Yeah.
games are over.
You guys got tight shirt.
we're done with the
tight shirt guy who does the takes.
Oh, Pate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
morale is incredibly
What's
high.
what's the other guy who wears a tight shirt?
Mr. Pickle?
Why do they only wear blank shirts?
I don't know.
What-
I don't know.
I would assume in part for
Afraid of logos?
trademarks and all of that.
Why not wear like a dress, like a button up that has like, lines on it?
Would I wear like an On 3 or a 247 shirt? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, trademarks. Look at us.
I had
crap
no
all over our
idea
YouTube
that
stream.
is it JD
Pickle.
Yeah. Didn't know who he was until Josh Pate had kind of taken off, and then very clearly,
Uh-huh.
I had no idea that he was emulating so much that he's just wearing the same exact attire.
Tight shirt. Show off the
Incredible.
guns. Do takes. That's
Incredible.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story. So you guys got him. So morale should be pretty good.
That's cool.
I mean, Pate State is flying high.
It
as
is.
far as I know.
You have that. You have the 24/7 the compot, not the compot. You have that, but you have the blue chip ratio. You got that.
Yep.
That's
I love
good.
the blue chip ratio. That column should be
What's
what, a
another
couple months away.
247 staple that
Oh,
that
good
comes out
question.
that we're looking forward to?
Well, prior to everyone basically coming up with their own version of it, 24/7 Sports started the crystal ball.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
24/7 Sports started the composite.
Shout out
Is
to
there
the
any,
Grum Ball.
24/7 Sports started ranking total team rankings, where you combine the the roster talent
And the
using
portal,
an algorithm.
Is there any
transfer portal
anonymous coaches?
No, we leave that for Athlon. That's Athlon's corner.
That's right.
Of the internet.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Shout out Godfrey. Love Stephen Godfrey.
Yep.
That's one of my favorite parts of every offseason. I don't think he's doing that anymore, though.
What?
Yeah.
The anonymous coaches?
Godfrey has kind of gotten out of a lot of the game. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Who will do it?
Schaefer?
No.
Okay.
Do you actually put anything into those?
I think it's interesting.
Absolutely not, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's summer.
They honestly feel like they are just like pulled out of a hat. Like they're not actual.
Well, I've heard his process, and it's not, BS.
Yeah, and it's similar to anytime you do the anonymous stuff. I mean, 24/7 Sports does it with recruits and everything, and they've done it with transfer portal people. You'll get some quotes in there, but it always just felt like when it was specifically about different programs, it was as stereotyped as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get like one that would just come from way out of nowhere that didn't seem to even fit. The person who wrote it down forgot which school it was supposed to go to, so they were just
good
guessing.
one. That's possible.
Yeah.
Iowa actually had a really good offense in 2023.
Wow, that's already 2 years ago. Yeah. By the way,
remember the drive to 325
I wonder
or whatever?
if I put more stock in the anonymous quotes or the Big Ten tour, the BTN tour.
Oh, the bus.
Yeah,
Jerry DiNardo.
You would get them talking about players who aren't even on the roster anymore, things of that nature. Like that, anytime that came up and people would react to it, I was just like, why are you giving so much credit?
Coach Rule.
To dropping in for a
couple
PR
hours
session.
Yeah.
And
Coach Rule, your third year, you usually really take off.
Oh, dude, that's going to be like one of the first questions.
Yeah. I mean, why do you think it's going to happen this year?
Should we try to make that day interesting by doing bingo, like BTN bus bingo? And that could be definitely one.
Good one.
Yeah. Like let's try to do something with this content.
Yeah, Mike Eckler just brings the energy. That's going to be a
well,
that should be the free space.
Yeah. Just Eckler.
Yeah.
And energy. By the way,
he did
13 reps
on the bench. That was
I want to run that.
That was the
marathon
coolest
with
part
that
of the day that the rules are donating. It ended up being
$130,000.
That's pretty awesome.
30,000 for teammates. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that was of everything that happened on Saturday. That was the best part.
We got a text, Happer, before you leave, from the 612, which is Minnesota.
Okay, Minnesota.
I was super nosy, so I tried to look up this John Bishop post on Facebook.
Oh no.
I didn't find it, but this was the top result, and it seemed like a funny coincidence. And so it's a photo of somebody urinating in a forest area, and it's from Free Lawnmowers. And it writes, anybody know this man? Caught him pissing in my backyard. I know John Bishop is good at tracking people down.
So it's a group called Free Lawnmowers?
Free Lawnmower.
Okay.
I need to get in that group. I need one of those.
I didn't know
By
that.
the way, not getting John's mower now because he's not going to come to Omaha for a month.
Yeah, but he also doesn't really.
He doesn't need his current one anymore either. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's he going to guess? Oh, no.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
John.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, there you go.
Okay.
That's a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Happer.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
You guys too. I will be listening to the show. I love it.
Wow. What a kind person.
This is a great
Are
pair.
you going to head home and eat chicken wings now? After all this discussion about wings.
What's for dinner?
No, I think I want to go. I think I have to go to Men's Warehouse to get a shirt.
Well, you don't want to get the wings after you get the shirt.
No.
That's true.
How come?
Well,
on TV?
No. Well, I'm hosting an event in a couple nights, but I do.
Awesome.
I need a nice new white shirt.
I did that a few months ago. It was very nice.
Just to wear with a tie. And put
I'm going to a
jacket over.
derby party. I got to buy a shirt. So it needs to be like colorful. And I don't.
Purple.
Schaefer always has the best derby stories.
I don't really want to put any effort into this, is where I'm at. I don't know. I don't know what I'm
Wear the bacon costume.
I
do kind of want to do that.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Happer. All right, that was a crossover. A program with Mike Schaefer in the building. Starts next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Mike Schaefer in the building yet again. How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
Gonna talk for the next few hours?
We get to talk for that.
Maybe some NFL draft? Maybe something else?
At some point, what point do you think one of us will lean over to the other and go, "This is going kind of quick"? I feel like the last, I don't know, like 6 shows I've done. And at some point, I'm like, oh, wow, it's already 5:30?
Our shows are usually feeling fast and vibey.
Yeah.
Let's
Well,
see if
I
we
think
can-
the off season, especially because we
don't really have
ripped through
anything.
a bunch of random things.
Yeah. Well, speaking of random, there was a comment a few minutes ago from RDJ fan. I believe that stands for Roll Damn Jays. Shafe, because I can figure it out with the blue state and the blue jay emoji. I cannot wait for the next show to be exactly like the previous 4 today. Talking about Shedeur and the Husker rummage sale all day. I do not believe that you and I will be talking about the garage sale.
previous 4.
I don't know.
So what comes on before Gary and Matt in the morning?
Some national show. They must have been really breaking stuff down.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they talked about Nebraska's garage sale?
I guess so.
That's incredible.
Guess so. Welcome in, everyone. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Mike Schaefer in today for John Bishop. We very much appreciate you hanging out with us today.
Happy to help out.
Stib says, Shave talking through the tease and end of the theme song, a tradition unlike any other. I wasn't going to say anything, but many people are commenting that you missed the post.
I don't know.
Many people are commenting that you missed the post. We do, in all seriousness, we do appreciate you hanging out on very, very short notice. Short notice also for tomorrow now is we will try to figure out who will be in, as everybody is saying.
Will it be me? No.
It will not be you. And the next person, I was like, maybe I could reach out to Brunts, but there's probably a baseball game that he has going on.
There is a
tomorrow.
baseball game.
All right.
And Brunts is about to leave the country, so I don't know that he...
Oh.
Yeah.
Vacation?
Yes.
Awesome. I guess where would he go that would be for work?
Yes, it's a top secret mission.
This is awesome. I didn't know he was going out of the country.
24/7 is sending him to scout prospects in Europe.
Nice. So is he going to miss some of the... Oh, that's why you're probably filling in for him on the baseball game next week.
Indeed.
Wow, good for him, man. Good for him. PWP fan says, what else is there to talk about? Plenty of stuff. We have many topics that we can get to, and let's get right now, Shave, to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Oh, there we go. I'm back. I am here. Will I finally shut up about my running? Now, Happer was the one who brought it up earlier, so I feel like I still have one free. Let's talk about the Boston Marathon card to use, so we can maybe save that for a little bit later.
I feel like it should be something that you're allowed to talk about for a while.
Okay. Wow, a while. What is the over-under on a while? 5 minutes?
No, you mean specifically for this show or just in general?
Oh, I guess, yeah, a little bit of both.
Because I feel like even like in a couple months, you go like, oh, man, remember when I ran Boston and I finished under 3 hours?
Dude, that was pretty tight.
It should live a little.
Yeah,
you know?
okay.
You don't have to just put it in a box and throw it with your other keepsake items of your life and bury it deep inside. You can just let it live.
I have, I got the medal. And I have medals from my other marathons. And it is hanging now with all of the other medals. But I'm like, it needs its own special place. So I'll probably get something for it eventually, get some photos. I spent $90 on the official photos. So I might as well get some of them actually printed off and framed. So I'll do that. All the NFL draft takes that your heart desires. I forgot that your team had 4 picks. They
had 4. They finished with 5.
Wow. So not very many. So
every time I've been asked about it, and I'm sure I will be asked about it here, and you will get my response.
Yeah. So all right. Well, we'll talk about some of the other draft stuff, including Shedeur Sanders, much to the chagrin of RDJ fan. RDJ fan, very much apologize. We will talk about Shedeur Sanders. Why the hell did he fall all the way to the 5th round? Mitch Sherman will join us next hour, a little earlier today than normal. 3:30, right, Joey, is when Mitch will be joining us?
That is correct.
3:30 for Mitch. He caught the punt, so we can talk about that. You want to talk about a topic that I'm guessing he is annoyed by. I bet he doesn't want to talk about that anymore.
I don't know.
Maybe that'll be the
How
first
many
question.
interviews has Mitch done since?
Well, he did the Locked On pod this morning with Happer. So
Yeah.
maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe that's the only time.
Yeah,
he's talked
you
about
might
it.
be catching him before the wave of punt talk. You might
Yeah.
get it on the front side.
Well, that's good before it becomes
yeah,
really,
'cause
really annoying.
It's Monday.
Yeah,
I don't know.
True.
I don't
Okay.
know how many guest spots he has on Monday. I'm not sure what.
I
his
think he
schedule
might be
looks
the
like.
only one.
Well, there you go.
All right, so we'll talk about that with him at 3:30 and more. A serious question. What did we learn about Nebraska football this spring? I wrote down 3 things that we can talk about later. I'm curious if you have others. Maybe you disagree with me. One, actually, I used a story that I saved from you from a few weeks ago. I was like, I'm going to hold on to this.
I don't know that I've written anything that's hold on worthy. I
saved the URL. I had the URL. I mean, what else do I do, right?
I am genuinely
bookmark
stumped
it.
about what I've written in the last, 13 years of my life that would be worth saving.
Hey, the Nebraska lost to Texas in 2010. You and I have talked about that one column probably
I
10
can't find
times.
it, though.
What? Is it gone from the internet?
because the Columbus Telegram changed their archive system.
Man.
And even if I could find it, I probably can't read it because I don't have a subscription. So
You could go to that. Well, I'm not going to tell you about
I
it.
mean, I wrote it and I'm still getting.
That's wild. You could email the newspaper. Can I have access to this?
Maybe like you lost your access when you left us.
No
in
way.
2011.
All right, now I have to look this up. Nebraska, Texas, 2010, Mike Schaefer. Let's see if
Throw
there's
in Columbus Telegram. That should help at least narrow it down. But I don't think it. The last time we discussed this, I don't think it was coming up.
Okay. I found some stories from you. August 13th, 2010. Oh, man. Columbus Telegram is owned by whatever garbage company owns all the. I hate this. I hate this one. Whatever newspaper
Almost all of the newspapers in
is
Nebraska
this?
are owned by the same.
Oh, I hate it
Yes.
so much. It's so
Yeah.
bad. It's
Yeah.
really, really bad. All right. Well, I found that story and I found Nebraska back on track with a win. Let's see. This is October 30th, 2010. So you're still there.
Yeah.
We
I
just
didn't
gotta-
leave the Telegram until February of 2011.
What would be the first words to search? Like hot dog? Like, I feel like, didn't you write about a hot dog?
No, I basically likened the Nebraska-Texas game to a funeral. Said that runzas were served.
Amazing.
I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of imagery to it about basically Nebraska built its entire season around this one contest and then lost. So where do they go from here?
Incredible. Let's see. That we are not going to talk about the 2010 Nebraska Texas.
We don't have to, but we could.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a
It's
memorable.
not Shedeur Sanders and it's not a garage sale.
No, I bet if we did a project this summer where we were like, let's just talk about the 2010 season all over again, that people would be very into it.
Oh, I think people would be.
That's the best season ever. Michael Severe joins us in studio today.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah, he can give us some draft takes. I'm very curious as to what he thinks about some of the moves that my beloved Dallas Cowboys made.
I'm guessing,
As a
like
Raku,
everyone
let's
else,
go,
he
baby.
thinks they had a reach with Booker.
Yeah, taking a guard at 12 is
But then the guy they took in the second round,
as a Raku from
who
BC.
he didn't
didn't
play against Nebraska.
Mhm.
And if he did, with apologies to everyone, he'd have been the best player on the field.
Oh, yeah. He didn't play.
So-
That was like one of the late scratches that we all knew was coming, but we learned very
Yeah, he
quickly.
was never going to play.
Yeah. Phase 2 of our Husker expectations begins right now on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. And finally, sunsets Bill Belichick and a very strange home run. Baseball for you, Mike Schaefer. All of that and more.
Really a home run.
On
but
to
yes.
topic alert. We will debate that more later on. 402-951-1620. If you want to get in touch with the show, you can give us a call, 402-951-1620 on the Mike Schaefer hotline. Or should it be on the funeral hotline in honor of Nebraska's 2010 loss to Texas? You can also reach out to us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Mike J. Schaefer, and at, is it Joey?
Are you talking about
Joey. I'm just trying to remember because Joey is his Twitter handle is different
Twitter
than
handle,
his
my
yes,
Twitter handle.
Yes, I know your name is Joey. Yes, I was
At
trying
Joey Warcola.
Thank you. Yes, because
if you can't spell Warcola, it's Warchola.
it's like cola, but with an H in there. But isn't your name on Twitter? Isn't it Joe?
Yeah, it's Joe Warcola.
See, that's where I couldn't remember if the Y was in.
Gotcha.
But yes, I do know Joey's name. Joey is in the building. I've not had a chance to pour over it, but his NFL schedule prediction Google Doc is now available, Shafe.
Oh, wow.
It's finally
he predicted
there.
the entire season of matchups.
Yep.
For 5 years now.
He's done it for 5 years.
I know
Look
you
at this.
and I get all excited to predict the playoff matchups.
Hey, think of it as
round of the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Think of it as Mel Kiper just creating a schedule.
Yeah, look at this. And so, Joey, you have 2 links here. I clicked on the prediction sheet. What is the prediction book? What's the difference?
The book is just a Google Doc. It's just
Is it team by team?
It's team by team and every week.
Table of contents. Look at this. Shafe, all right. We can do this in drips and drabs throughout the show today. This is great content. Hey,
you can look at your Viking schedule.
Our DJ fan said, oh, man, all they're going to do is talk about Shedeur Sanders in the Husker games. Hell no, baby. We're talking about Joey's schedule prediction.
Hey, speaking of Shedeur, don't worry. 5th round draft picks are not going to cause me to make any changes. I'm not making any accommodations.
Shafe, I just sent you a link if you would like to scroll through this over the course of the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, we will definitely be doing this. Oh, man, Cowboys. Oh, yikes. Cowboys-Lions week 1 in the 425 slot.
I was debating between either that or the Packers.
Yeah.
I had a hard time.
I'm not going to lie, Joey. I'd be a little bummed if it was Bills-Texans on Sunday Night Football. I don't want to end the first Sunday of the year with Bills-Texans.
The Vikings get the Giants in week 1 for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, I want to give you a 1-0 record.
Nice.
Make you feel good.
Look, sign me up.
Shout out Joey trying to help out my
Dark.
Take a look on the Thanksgiving schedule.
I'm
sure you two will.
Okay, well, let's do that real quick, and then we'll continue setting up the show. What week is the Thanksgiving weekend?
It's week
Joey?
13.
Week 13.
Yes.
All right, the Thanksgiving schedule, according to Joey. Steelers, Lions. Oh, that's the coin toss game.
Yes.
From the 90s.
There you go.
Let's see. Vikings, Cowboys.
That's Sir Randy Moss just completely ripped apart the Cowboys secondary on national television and announced himself as a future superstar game from the 90s.
I remember the very game. I think it was the same day.
I think it was too.
It might have been the same day, 1998.
And everything from the 90s is returning again.
Yep, there you go.
Except for the last game.
Patriots, Bengals. Interesting. A little Joe Burrow, Drake May action on Thanksgiving. So we will definitely discuss this at various points throughout the show today. Let's see. You can also find us in the Equitable Bank inbox, Joshua1620thezone.com. Send us your emails, and we will pour over those over the course of the show today, or hit us up in the YouTube comment section. There was a text from the 402. The app was broken when you explained about John. Can you repeat, please? We actually have not explained about John, other than it's available on Facebook. But I still don't know the exact information. I just know that he's not happy.
He's currently laid up with an injury.
Day to day. He's not
expected to be a significant amount of time. No timetable has been set for his return.
No. Yeah. I don't know when I'll see John in person again.
Yep.
It's going to be a while.
Would imagine a lot of rehab starts in his future.
Ugh. There you go. That's what we have coming up on the show today. When we return, look, we will talk about Shedeur Sanders. We will talk about the NFL draft and many, many other things. We appreciate you joining us. It is good to be back. There were a couple comments that I wanted to read, even one from Mike Stibbs, where he was complimenting my running. There's a small percentage of people who can say they did what you did, Josh. You can talk about this for months at least.
Look at that.
Stibbs hates it when I talk about running.
You don't even have to put coins in a jar.
I know somebody mentioned that. Thank God, because I'd be broke.
Did you guys get rid of that? Did that die?
Yeah, that was our 2023 bid, I believe. Yeah. We do still have the jar of quarters though. There's like $18 in there, which not as valuable as it was when we did it, but you can still buy at least one meal at McDonald's. You can get something from Popeyes.
You could get the Caniac combo.
You could get wings for $18.
You could still get wings for $18. All right, more to come. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday. Happy to be back. Happy to have you with us here on 1620 The Zone.
If you've ever wanted a new bathroom, now is the time. Spring forward with a serious upgrade from your home improvement company. Transform your bathroom space. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off, and a free shower pan or bathtub. Imagine turning your bathroom into a spa-like retreat. Plus, there's great financing, 0 interest, 0 down, 0 payments for 12 months. Call now 402-764-1720 and schedule a free in-home consultation. Biggest sale of the year, so let me repeat. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off. And they're throwing in a free shower pan or bathtub with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Go to YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. This only happens once, and it happens now. Their biggest sale of the year. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference.
Josh Schaefer and Joey hanging out with you on this Monday. Oh, happy to be back here on the Grum. Some responses coming in. Pedro writes, "Hi guys, Josh, congrats on your marathon. Sounds like all the training was worth it. Now you can sit in a recliner, eat a lot of Popeyes, drink a case of beer, and get fat like the rest of us. I've had many beers since the race. Many beers, and I have had Popeyes.
Had any beers since you ran last Monday?
Wow, 0 beers. I've had copious IPAs.
I had a full 6-pack of Boston Lager just to watch the Celtics games.
Wow! Shout out to you, Joey.
I don't.
Two
I
in
don't
each
know
game.
that I've had a beer since last Monday.
Wow, out on beer. You guys probably still got to replace the keg in the basement, huh?
No, I haven't replaced the kegs in the basement.
I feel like I've been having that conversation with you for 2 years.
No, normally we've got stuff in there. Like the last ones we had for Hudson's birthday, which obviously he didn't get to partake, but everybody else.
Not yet. Yeah. Next year, though, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
It's almost time, Hudson.
Part of it is I don't think I've done anything.
Yeah.
I have a kid. You just don't do anything fun anymore.
Yeah, I know. We'll get together again someday. I'll see you in person.
Pencil me in for, let me look at the schedule.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll come over.
Yeah. Oh, man, that'd be a bummer. We couldn't watch our teams together. But, maybe someday. We did, right? We did the one Sunday night game that one time.
I feel like you came to my house one time. We met at a bar one time.
Okay. Because I remember we met at a bar when we were going to go down and watch the game in person. We had tickets and everything. Yeah. Kevin Kugler got us tickets.
You blew it.
No, it wasn't my fault. It was yours.
It was 100% your fault.
What happened? I don't
even
remember.
You wouldn't take the Monday off.
Is that what it
weren't
was?
Going to drive back after a Sunday night football
That's stupid.
game
I take days off all the time.
From Dallas.
I don't take.
John wasn't here, so
that's why I'm not going to leave John behind. John wouldn't leave me behind. He wouldn't leave me stranded hosting the show with nobody. Oh wait,
I'm just saying. I basically couldn't make it work because we weren't going to drive back.
That's
to get you in time for your Monday show.
It's all good. Yeah.
So
maybe we'll try to get tickets again another time.
Look, if Joey's schedule doesn't come to fruition, maybe it could be this year.
Maybe it could be this year. Maybe it could be this year. Stib says, we watched some golf together in your old apartment, Josh. That was fun. Became big Harold Varner guys that day. That was a great day.
A lot of hat talk.
We had great lunch. We had Block 16 for lunch, and we watched golf. Wow. And now you're a father. Now you're a father. You have a child who's a year and a half old, a little over a year old. Right, February. Yeah,
he's coming up on 15 months here.
Wow, you're getting close to the end of the months. Like you don't. Yeah. You're like getting very close to. He's
I just tell people he's usually a year, and they're like, "Oh, is he like a year and a half?" And
then you're like, "He's 15 months." Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, that's a year and a quarter." Mm-hmm. All right, that's enough child talk. Let's get to the story of the weekend. And in all seriousness, like I know that people are probably burnt out. That's like the worst part about doing an afternoon show sometimes is by the time that you get to the story that you've wanted to talk about the whole time, because I didn't do the show last Friday.
You've wanted to talk about Shedeur Sanders?
I have. You don't think this is interesting?
Oh, I think it's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that this was like a topic that you would get that fired up about.
Yeah, it's mainly because it's just
a lot of tentacles to the topic, though. Like it's not just like a
exactly. That's why I like this. Okay. That's why I like this discussion. So if you missed it, and I know you have not, because again, everyone's talking about it's on NFL Live right now. Shedeur Sanders was not drafted until the 5th round. The mock drafts throughout much of the process had him not only a first rounder, but a top 10 and oftentimes a top 5 pick, right? It was a question of, would the Browns do that? No, they wouldn't do that in the first round. Would the Giants do that? And then they ended up signing Russell Wilson. They signed Jameis Winston. And so by the time I thought you got to draft day, it had moved from he was going to be a top 10 pick to he'll probably go in the first round. It's just how far is he going to slide? And maybe he dips on into the second round. I thought that Friday night as an experience of a television product, and I say this as someone who first round, it's always on. Second and third round, I can take it or leave it, right? Like if somebody was like, do you want to go out and go to a movie? I'd say, absolutely, I'll go to a movie. I don't need to watch the draft. But it became so interesting the further that he kept dropping, because then is he actually going to make it to Saturday? And sure enough, he did. Not just made it to Saturday, he made it into the 5th round on Saturday. And you said it a couple minutes ago. There's a lot of tentacles to the story. And I think that is where it gets very, very interesting to me as an observer and someone who actually isn't a huge draft fan to begin with.
Yeah, I was going to say, so one of my takeaways out of what you just said there is someone came to you and obviously your Thursday was very different with the NFL draft this year versus most of them. But in a normal year, and they're like, hey, do you want to go to this Quentin Tarantino movie that's showing at the Alamo?
Yes.
Or do you want to watch the first round of the NFL draft?
Oh, and for the record, it's always the movie. I was talking about it with Riss over the weekend. I said, often I have missed the first round of the draft because I go see movies. Like I saw a lot of Marvel movies on the Thursday because remember when the draft was in May for a little bit?
Yeah, and it was butt up against this,
Avengers. I think I saw Avengers instead of the NFL draft. Like I remember learning about Baker Mayfield after seeing a Marvel movie one time.
I was at a show at the Lead Center. This would have been, I think, 2023, and intermission hits and my phone is just blowing up because it's people that are telling me that they think the Vikings are going to take Will Levis. And intermission just happens to correspond like about right before the Vikings are about to pick. And I'm like, we're getting drinks or whatever. And I'm just sitting there in my chair and I'm like, I do not want to get out of this musical. And Will Levis is now a Minnesota Vikings quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully, they took Jordan Addison.
Oh, that's good. It helps with the offense.
Went very well.
Yeah, the NFL draft for me has always been a great event to catch up on after the fact, to just scroll and find out, what happened, who did my team pick. We actually, I watched the first, hour and a half until Dallas picked, and then we got caught up on all the shows that we were behind on from the Boston trip. So we watched Last of Us.
The draft is not that long that you could get caught up on that many shows.
Well, we were only behind on like 3 shows. It was The Last of Us.
The way you made it sound is like you watched like 14 hours of television.
No. We watched the first hour and a half, and then we watched our shows.
They cut the time on the selection process, I thought.
Yeah,
by 2 minutes.
It did seem like it was pretty fast.
They made it a little quicker, but not a noticeable difference. It
really slowed down. It's like they had got it to a good speed, and it was really efficient. And then someone got in the production truck's ear, and they're like, "Hey, we've sold a lot of ads here, so we need this to slow down a little bit." Because the final 10 picks took, and there was a couple trades in there, but it took way longer than the middle 10 of 10 to 20 was just bang, 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 bang. And then
the only time it slowed down, in my opinion, was when the networks were able to go to commercial. I'm guessing that slowed the process.
And I think a lot of it was basically just like, hey, we got advertising, we got to get this in.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what Thursday was. So that's how I always approach the draft. And yet I found myself very much riveted to and following along on Friday. Now, were you the same way or no?
So I comparatively, and I used to be a huge draft person. Like I would, back when I was a kid, I would buy the magazines, and then I'd be sitting there following around, or you'd have the pick would get made, and I would get my magazine out and read the little synopsis about this guy that someone probably wrote that never really probably watched him play. Now that I know how these things
how the sausage is made.
And but yeah, I was really into the draft as a kid. And then let's say in the last 5 years, my interest has been kind of hit or miss on it. First round is a definite for me. The one exception being when we already had tickets to something. Otherwise, I am trying to watch the first round all the time. I like day 2, actually, when they split it into the 3-day format.
Because remember,
day 2 is actually weirdly, the second round is really fun because I think there's a lot of debates that get pulled out of it as to, oh, this guy definitely should have been a first round pick. Or you get the analysts that are like, well, I had a 5th round grade on this guy. And it's like, nobody really cares.
Yeah.
They just don't.
Yeah.
They're not. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, no one's going to remember that you thought he should have went in the 5th round and he went in the 2nd round. And now he's out of the NFL 4 years later.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I always enjoyed that.
Yeah.
But
and so
the Sanders stuff, though, I was more annoyed by the people that were annoyed by the way Mel Kiper was reacting. The reaction to the reaction was more annoying to me than Mel Kiper was.
Oh, really?
Sense. Yeah.
After Shedeur's pick.
And part of it was I watched more NFL Network for my draft coverage than
I never watched ESPN. So I only saw the Mel Kiper stuff because of Twitter.
And it was, for me, it was because of Twitter. I was like, all right, I need to investigate this. But,
yeah.
And it's not that NFL Network would pop. It wasn't, it was a story. It was definitely a story, but it wasn't whatever happened with Mel Kiper on day 2.
Day 2, especially.
Day 3 was even worse because when Shedeur finally got selected, they spent the next 10 minutes talking about Shedeur. Mel Kiper got heated with Louis Riddick, and Reese Davis just had to step his foot down. And pick after pick after pick went through. They don't even break down who got drafted after Shedeur. I think 10 picks went by during
you
that
saw the
discussion.
awful announcing clip of that.
Yeah, it's there.
Kuiper's claiming that the NFL has just botched quarterback evaluation for years.
Yeah, for 50 years.
Yeah,
they're clueless.
And that's the thing, right? Is there is a million parts about this story. First of all, I do think that there's like this disconnect between what mock drafts are and why they exist, and when that you can find a mock draft for 2026 right now, like why does that exist? It does not exist because it's being done out of the goodness of anyone's heart. It exists so you click on the story. And look, I know that I am someone the day after the Super Bowl, the day after a national championship, way too early, top 25. I love that crap. I am, I guess, a part of the problem if you view it as a problem. That's what the mock drafts are. Until you get beyond the NFL season, or at the very least, the college season ending, you're talking about a group of scouts and NFL people, certainly, that are not watching the stuff. They're not watching it. They're not thinking about it. And so for the majority of the year, the scouting process is being done by college people who don't really have any skin in the game. But I think if you read the tea leaves over the last week and change, because, like I said, I don't really engage with the stuff a whole lot, but on my flight home on Thursday morning, I was like, all right, I have stuff I'll check out some of these things. And by that point, the consensus from the people that I had heard on those pods or read in a couple of stories was, look, there's a very real chance where he's going to fall well into the first round, if not into the second round.
When that became a thing, was it like Monday, Tuesday of the week where it sort of it was out there that not only was he going to slide out of the top 10, there was a chance that he might just miss it. Like that was a story.
Correct.
And it wasn't, I noticed that and I dismissed it. I was like, someone is going to take him and someone's going to trade up.
Yeah.
There's enough teams that want to trade out of the back half of the first round to accumulate draft capital. Someone's going to make an offer and they're going to take Shedeur Sanders. So I was dismissive of that. And then it's actually happening in real time. And I was just like, they took Jackson Dart.
That was
Shedeur Sanders.
And I think that wasn't the moment where I was like, okay, this has now gotten.
Well, once that happened, I was like, I don't know when he's going to go because I didn't think it was a given that Cleveland would take him at 33, and then they didn't.
Yeah.
And then when the Saints didn't take him, and it was just like, okay, I have no idea.
He's just going to keep falling. And throughout the process, there was that story that came out after the combine or during the combine about how he met with them, right? How he met with franchises. And I remember in the moment thinking, this is a move that a player makes if they either have assurances or are just so confident that they're going to end up with one or two other teams in particular. And so they don't have to act maybe the way that they would otherwise to everybody. That's what I thought in the moment. I think it's like, why does this happen, right? That's the ultimate question that I think people probably care about. I absolutely think he overplayed his hand in that regard. And I think that how he treated people, it must have been even worse than it was reported, because that was a story that very few people wanted to touch nationally when it first came out. There were only a couple of, like, I remember Florio talked about it. I'm not a huge fan of Todd McShay, but I know he talked about it in the lead up to last Thursday and Friday. And I think that ended up being very, very real. And, obviously there's been quite the racial component to this in terms of discussion of black quarterback. And, not to say that the NFL has ever been perfect with black quarterbacks, and it never will be perfect with black quarterbacks. But I didn't view this as that. I viewed this as they didn't like Shedeur. They didn't like him. They didn't like him as a person. And it was his quarterback skills or lack thereof. And then you add in the other stuff. And I just think it was really easy for a lot of these franchises to say, nah, the juice ain't going to be worth the squeeze, because now he's going to be a backup and he's going to have all the circus stuff with him. And that, say what you will about the NFL, but they don't want that. They don't want there to be a circus. They don't want Tim Tebow, as a backup. They don't want Tim Tebow as a starter, let alone a backup, though.
Yeah, I want to be careful here because obviously I recognize I am a white guy.
Yeah.
I didn't sense the same thing I agree with you in the sense I didn't feel like it was any sort of racially motivated thing. The first pick was Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Last year, the first pick was Caleb Williams. I'm not saying that the NFL is beyond racism or anything in that regard. I'm not saying that quarterbacks haven't been a largely white position. That being said, I don't think it had to do with that so much as the person that Shedeur Sanders has presented himself to be.
Yeah.
And that made it very difficult for teams to move beyond it. And if he's not going to be your starter, it's hard to imagine this being a head down, work hard, going to be super into the playbook, know what he's supposed to do, ready to step in as soon as his opportunity comes. That's not really how he's been groomed over these last few years. It's largely been, hey, you're the guy. We're putting you out there to make plays and to try to go win football games. Like, that's a very different mentality.
Hokey Screw says, Josh is so happy Sanders ain't a Cowboy, LOL. Look, I never thought that he would be. It's not like, I know everybody thinks the Cowboys are always just going to do the dumbest crap possible. And for fair reason. I never entertained the idea that they were going to draft him. It wouldn't have made sense. You know?
So at the very last pick of day 2 was the Minnesota Vikings. And I was sitting there thinking the Kevin O'Connell quarterback rehab experience will never have a more fascinating client than Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
And I was like, I cannot see it.
Yeah.
Like, this is an organization that did not want to invite everything that comes along with Aaron Rodgers into its nest.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that they're like, you know what we want.
See, and that's why I thought for a second, I was like, what if it was the 49ers? You know, because they have that offense at times feels very much quarterback proof. He is, for all of his issues, he obviously is a smart quarterback. He just takes way too many sacks, you know, but he's like not built off of just pure raw ability. He is more of a thinking man's quarterback. And so I thought that would have been a really interesting test case. And in the end, he ends up with a team that a lot of people had mocked him to, you know, a year ago in the Browns, which I think is pretty funny. But he now goes into a room where they had already taken a different quarterback in Dylan Gabriel, who, I mean, I don't ever watch that guy thinking, yeah, that's an NFL quarterback.
That was one of those picks where I was like, now you're trying not to take Shedeur Sanders.
And they still end up getting him, which is funny.
Part of it that I have the issue with is I actually think that he's a high quality quarterback. Like,
Shedeur?
If I could get the football player without everything else that comes with it, I would be interested in that. Truly. Like, watching him play the position, I think he has the ability to play at a high level. I think he doesn't have elite traits, but he has something about him where he makes plays in critical situations. I have come a long way from where I was at with Shedeur Sanders at the start of 2023 to where we are now. I think he has the physical ability to play the position, the mental ability. I think he has an indescribable quality of when he's out there that enhances the people around him. I can't speak to what his leadership skills are exactly.
Yeah.
I don't put as many of the sack issues so much on him as just what he was asked to do, how they were asked to play. And he had one of the worst lines assembled.
It was horrible.
I mean, we're talking Derek Carr, Texans level malpractice in terms of protecting a quarterback.
David Carr.
David Carr.
Yeah.
Derek Carr is the one that's going to sit out the year for the season.
Yes.
I would be really intrigued to see what he would be like if I didn't have such a disdain for how he has handled himself in so many other ways.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean
he was just the guy.
It doesn't mean that he can't be a quality quarterback. But I've seen the comparisons that some have made with like Johnny Manziel and just like the big, large personality. You look around the 2025 quarterback landscape, who does that really describe? Like, who has a big personality
that plays quarterback?
Because like Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a big personality.
No,
he says things to get reactions, and he plays games.
Yeah,
but he's not like this massive, you know.
Oh, that's an interesting question because I mean, Patrick Mahomes is a superstar and a big, but he. Again, personality-wise, I'm not like, wow, look at that guy's personality.
Right.
You know, like Kelsey is the guy on the roster with the big personality.
Right. And so I don't even know what that is in terms of
Russell Wilson, maybe. He's got a big personality. Jameis, and they're on the same team.
Yeah, I mean,
it might be those two guys.
It's probably Jameis is probably
because he has a personality.
Right.
And it's a big
maybe the closest equivalent to Sanders in that regard. And Jameis went number 1 and it didn't go very well. But
Amazing Danny says Burrow. Joe Burrow, think he has a big personality?
It's a very quiet personality.
I think it's more quiet. Like, I think he's a super competitive. Like, he's not going to release a rap album.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have
a room specifically designed in his house for when he was going to get drafted that has his branding all over it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, Joe Burrow has a person, like, they all have personalities, but not to this level.
Yeah, for sure. We can certainly tackle this discussion and more as we roll on. Mitch Sherman's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Mike Schaefer in today for John Bishop. Josh Peterson. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to get in the game with On the Line. On the Line is your way to get involved with your favorite team's name, image, and likeness. That's right. NIL is the way that your favorite schools are recruiting and retaining their best college athletes. And here's how you can get involved. Visit athleticsontheline.com. Pick your favorite school. It could be Creighton, Nebraska, or Omaha. Then pick a measurable metric from any one of their chosen sports. For example, maybe it's simple points. For every time your team scores, you make a donation towards their NIL, but you set the amount, you set the budget, and On the Line will take care of the rest. So help your team win and reward your team when your team rewards you. Whether you're a Blue Jay, a Husker, or a Maverick, get in with On the Line. Gamify your giving today with On the Line, based right here in Omaha at athleticsontheline.com.
We are here on this Monday. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Appreciate you joining us. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer. John will be back hopefully on Wednesday. He did just tweet for the first time about whatever happened to him. He said, because somebody asked, why aren't you working today? And he says, it's a long story that I will recite on Wednesday. But then another person followed up and said, get well soon with the wrist. How are you going to mow the grass? Who's going to walk Wrigley? And he said the rest of the family will have to pitch in. So, John had a pretty gnarly injury that we will talk about on Wednesday when he makes his return. But
this could be a good opportunity for me to debut as a fill-in dog walker.
Oh!
If Wrigley needs a walk, and I've just been like, without having a dog now, I have no reason to go for walks. I don't like walking without a dog. I feel weird.
Yeah.
Like I'm super self-conscious about it.
Shafe, that's a great point because every time I'm out with a dog and I see a man walking by himself, I'm always like, what's going on with that guy? I always have questions about him as a person.
Yeah.
He seems creepy. No offense to the men who walk.
And now with Hudson, like we go for walks in the night, but he can't go as far or for as long.
Yeah.
And I mean, we would go for like an hour, sometimes an hour and
How
a half.
far away do you live from John? I don't even know.
I don't know. I've never been to John's house.
Yeah, me
We're
neither.
in opposite corners of Lincoln.
Okay. So it'd probably be like a 20.
It's like 15 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Dude, what a great service you could get.
Yeah, I'll have to check in with him.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd really, I'm sure he'd legitimately
if
appreciate
Wrigley needs walking.
Yeah.
And
I think Wrigley's a good
to walk in.
I think Wrigley's a good walking dog.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of issues too. All right, well, there you go.
I'll look into this.
We're going to have Mitch Sherman join us in just a couple of moments. We can recap the Husker games and the end of spring ball. I wanted to ask you this real fast before we get to them. Do you think, and we hit on this a little in the crossover, is this going to be a one-off? Well, do you think that there was, backlash seems way too strong, but was there enough of a backlash or a what the hell is this from the public at large that in 2026, fast forward a year, it's going to be more normal than it was? Or I guess the other possibility would be they're practicing against actual opponents.
Well, so that's the thing. I think we have to see what happens with college football. You really can't look more than a day ahead at this point because everything's being made up as we go through it. So we don't know what this spring or what they'd be allowed to do or how they'd want to utilize that. I have a lot of questions if you get to the point where you can have a spring game or practices against another team.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of logistical questions as to how all of that works. But for me, I think part of it, when you say there hasn't been much of a backlash, I would phrase it as I don't think there's been much of a it's been
reaction.
A shrug.
Yeah.
And it was rejected as a thing for people to attend by and large, just based on what the numbers were.
Yeah.
And I know it wasn't heavily promoted, so it's not like they were going out and trying to get a big crowd, but I'm guessing they would have liked more than what they had.
have to be disappointed by that. This is like the first football thing that they have ever done where the response is kind of a shrug, you know?
But it was also because it was half-assed in its rollout as to what it was going to be.
And then they changed the idea on it.
You tack in like a live. I just don't think that there was enough information for the public to know what they would actually want to do with it.
Yeah.
And then if you didn't have the live period, I don't even think you would have had half of the crowd that you had there to watch people just do bench press and.
So if Rule doesn't announce a week and a half ago that they're actually doing this, do you think the crowd could have been even smaller?
I think it would have been even lower.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
Because it looks cavernous. I mean, it's basically like a COVID crowd.
Yeah.
Laszlo says, as long as we can still watch local sports writers botch punts, they need to make sure that happens every year. I think that's an important part of the
they just have a different
of the day.
You know, like if they wanted to treat that like the Husker Games and they just divide the media up into like 4 different teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have like different competitions that we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, let's do a 5K. I'm happy to do that. Yeah,
I guess.
Look, I never was able to be successful at any of the sports against the athletes growing up. I mean, I'd love to do a little running though.
Maybe they'll invite you down to be part of the Husker road race.
Oh, they should. I'd be happy to do that if they ask.
And they're gonna be like, we have Boston Marathon participant and Nebraska graduate Josh Peterson.
Matt Rule say that into a microphone?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be cool. I'd love to hear my name out of Matt Rule's mouth. It's Josh Peterson. Like, wow, that's so weird. One person whose name was said by Matt Rule this weekend was Mitch Sherman, and he didn't botch the punt. He caught it. Mitch joins us when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joins us a little earlier than normal on this Monday of The Athletic and of catching punts at Memorial Stadium. Mitch, how are you?
I am doing well, Josh. Mike, how are you guys?
We are doing tremendous. Have you reached the point yet, Mitch? We were trying to figure this out earlier. How many regular spots you do on a Monday, if we're catching you first. Have you gotten to the point yet where you're getting annoyed with getting asked about the punt catch? AKA, have we reached you at the perfect time before that happens for you?
Yeah, you have. I haven't done anything today.
Good.
Other than talking about it this morning on the Locked On pod. So no, this is fine. It's still pretty fresh.
Good.
Still reveling. Now, I mean, if I had dropped the punt, probably wouldn't be all that excited about it. But I nearly dropped the punt. But if you catch it, it's a catch. So that's all that matters.
Did you do any training? Did you think about this at all other than when they asked you to do it?
I will tell you, I wanted to. I basically played one card, and I checked up at my neighborhood high school at Gretna East on Thursday last week, 2 days before, lots of prep, to see if they had a jugs machine that they could launch me a few punts out of the end zone. And sadly, they do not have one. So that was it. As I was driving to the stadium on Saturday after coaching a baseball game in Bennington on Saturday morning, so about noon, I'm driving down I-80 and was talking with a friend who told me I would have been happy to kick you some balls or just throw some balls up in the air just to give you a little bit of a idea, but that did not happen. There was no training. There was nothing to rely on because I've never caught a punt, not a real punt, like in the backyard, sure, but not even at no level have I ever caught a punt. So I was a little worried that it was going to be a complete flop, but I was confident that if I had like 5 attempts to practice that I'd be able to get it down. But that was not to happen. I got a tiny bit of advice from George Garlington in the press box, who told me to pretend like I was catching a baby being dropped out of a 3-story burning building, and a little advice from Ed Foley on the sideline right before I went out there, who told me to keep my elbows in. And I thought I did, and then I saw the video, and I clearly did not do that. But luckily, I hauled it in.
Good. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Hey, speaking, Mitch, of the Locked On pod, one of the things that you and Happer talked about this morning was that this spring and the people inside the program, they kind of hoped that it would be with Dylan Raiola in the sense of him becoming a leader, that it seemed like that happened. I wonder how you think that shows itself as what the program kind of becomes his, for lack of a better term, moving forward.
Yeah, it's funny. These conversations are always evolving. I think if we had this conversation last year, and we probably did, about Dylan trying to step into a leadership role in his true freshman year after just 2 months on campus, I think we were probably pretty optimistic and sunny about that last year, and what a job he did, and his maturity and everything. And and then you go through the season, and there's only so much you can do if you've never played. And if there's players on the roster who are 5 years older than you, 6 years older than you. And while a lot of that has changed, he's still a young guy. He's still 19 years old. I'm sure that everything else being equal, assuming that Dylan is still here a year from now, that we'll have conversations about how much he's grown from year 2 to year 3. So it's probably important to put it all into perspective. But having said that, I think, yes, that he has benefited from the 13 games that he started and from the ups and downs that he had, and now having the comfort level of being in this program for what's a relatively long period of time in the transfer portal era. If you've been around for a year plus, like, you are a veteran at that point. And while Nebraska has players like Javen Wright, who've been here for 7 years, Dylan's on the middle end or the high end of the roster as far as his experience, definitely his game experience. And I think he's been really intentional just about doing all the right things off the field. The first half of the spring, it was all about body composition, and then we got past that, and it became about his grasp of the offense and what he's like in the huddle, and I think we just kind of saw all of that, as much as you can in a day where he didn't actually put on any pads and take any real plays. We probably saw all of that come into focus on Saturday, just with the his comfort level and being out there and appearing to be a leader and the face of the program.
Mitch, I wanted to ask you about a different quarterback, one that we saw during the Husker games, less so about the performance of TJ Lateef in those games, but what have you heard, when you've talked with people about him? What did you know about TJ Lateef coming into this? Because it felt like some steam picked up ahead of Saturday's Husker games performance, where it seemed like he was having a really good camp. And if you think about it, around here, an Elite 11 quarterback that comes in as a freshman and no one talks about him all spring is a pretty big rarity. So I was excited to see what he was able to look like a little bit, how he played. But what were you sort of hearing about TJ Lateef?
I felt like I knew a fair amount about him because I did watch him play last fall in a playoff game in California when Nebraska was out for the USC game, and I got to talk to him after that game. And they were playing a very good opponent. There were Power 4 players all over the field, and he had some on his side. And I was impressed on that night in November with his pocket awareness, just kind of his feel for football. He didn't do anything that night that just like completely wowed me with his arm, because they didn't ask him to throw passes down the field. They have a good running back. Orange Lutheran did last year, and TJ got it to the tight end, who was an Arizona State commit, and they won the game on that. And he used his legs, and he kind of balked at the notion of being a dual threat when I talked to him after that game. And I don't know, I think that's just kind of like that's how quarterbacks are today. I don't know if they feel like there's like less NIL value, or you're not going to get looked at as a pro prospect as much if you have that dual threat connected to your style of play. But I just meant it in the sense that I liked his ability to be able to move, and a lot of the stuff that we talked about with Dylan Raiola early in this offseason, and we'll continue to talk about, just being able to get a first down on 3rd and 3. TJ is more natural at that.
Yeah, really he looked natural Saturday doing that.
Yeah, that's a part of his game for sure. And Saturday, honestly, I was field level for the game, for the scrimmage, and I was trying to peek around. I was on the sideline, and at one point trying to talk to people, and it's a rare opportunity to get to be on the field and just kind of have unfettered access to everyone. At games, we the media are kind of stuck in like this little pen in the corner of the field, and that was not the case on Saturday. We could just go wherever we wanted, be on the sideline, talk to the former Huskers or current Huskers in a lot of cases. So I was trying to keep one eye on the field and one eye on everything that was going on around me. I saw him make a throw that got picked off on his first drive, where it might have been a route, it might have been a bad read from him, but it was way off of where the coaches wanted it to be for sure. And that's okay in your first scrimmage or your first public scrimmage ever. So he's athletic. I think he's got a lot of skills to work with. And obviously the reason that, like you bring up the point about him being an Elite 11 quarterback in camp this spring, when Nebraska's had some of those guys before, whether it was Adrian Martinez, who might not have been Elite 11, but he was at that level, or Dylan Raiola last year, there have been others. There's the possibility that they're going to be asked to play a lot as true freshmen, and that's not the plan for TJ.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us. Mitch, is this a one-off? Schaefer and I were talking about a little bit before we brought you on. The Husker games and just how kind of strange everything was, and then how the plans changed at the last minute. Is this a one-time thing, do you think, given the response was incredibly tepid?
No, I think they'll probably have it more organized and structured and be able to announce things in January in the future. I don't think they're going to go back to a full-fledged spring game. I really don't. I think like the ship has sailed on a lot. I think more teams, as we move a year down the road, are going to go to something different. Whether they just don't have any kind of a public event or raise money in a different way. That may be the case. I mean, if you see Nebraska's model and it's Nebraska, and they were still only able to sell 8,000 tickets, or maybe they sold 10,000 tickets, and 20% of the people went home after the garage sale. I think that's very possible. Then is it worth the squeeze? That's a question that I think everyone's going to have to ask, Nebraska included, but I do think they'll want to do something for their fans. And you're not going to generate the same kind of revenue that you do from selling 60,000 tickets or 80,000 tickets like Nebraska did in 2018. But I think those days are just over in college football. Nebraska could totally reinstitute the spring game and say, we're going to put quarterbacks out there and take off the green jerseys and bring in TV. And you're still not going to get back to that. Like, we're just moving to a different place in the sport.
I was going to ask, and you kind of answered it a little bit there, but does Nebraska even need to do something? Like, do they have to do something in the spring? I think there's options or different things that they could do, maybe having a scrimmage in the fall or whatever. But do they have to do something in the spring as it relates to the end of spring practice?
No, and I think that's probably what one takeaway that the athletic administrations could have after Saturday. You could do something in June and build it around a recruiting weekend and have they do things in June or in August, like a barbecue or other things where they can get the public involved in some way or in a limited way. I'll give this to them. It was creative. And I don't know that there was another event out there at a school in the spring that put as much creativity and as much of an effort into trying to make it something that could really resonate with fans as Nebraska did. It just came together late. I mean, we were at the beginning of March and really didn't have any idea of what it was going to be. And then it's just a week before the event when Matt Rule said, we're going to go ahead and play football. So it could probably get boosted up in exposure there could be more exposure for more fans involved if they announced it and planned it differently. But I don't know they necessarily will. You could see the main public event of the off season move to a different month of the year.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, and as we talked about a little earlier, the Locked On Pod, which goes up every morning with him and 1620 The Zone's Connor Happer. Mitch, we appreciate the time. Have a great rest of your Monday and a great week.
Thanks. Same to you. And congrats on the marathon, man.
Oh,
that's fantastic.
Thank you, Mitch.
Much better than catching a punt.
Thank you, Mitch. Have a good day. Mitch Sherman joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. All right, when we return, the question where I have stuff saved from you, and you said nothing of yours is worth saving, but I have something saved, as we will try to figure out what we learned about Nebraska football this spring. I wrote down 3 things that I do genuinely think I feel different about today than I did before spring ball started. We'll also just pick a random week in Joey's NFL schedule prediction, and we will discuss what he has on tap for us.
Oh, can we make win-loss predictions?
Yes. Yeah, that's the type of content
totally
that people love.
Yeah.
All sorts of things that we can do. Michael Severe is going to join us in an hour, so that will be a lot of fun as well. And who knows what else we have. Shape, the show is flying by. I can't believe it's already 3:46. I'm serious.
We're here.
Can't believe it's already 3:46. All right, more to come. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, Joey Warcola hanging out here on this Monday. John will be back on Wednesday. We appreciate all of the good words and good vibes. Just let John know you're thinking about him and maybe tweet at him on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed and say, hey, John, we're thinking about you. I'm sure that he would very much appreciate that. Maybe he would. I don't know. You think John would appreciate that if people started tweeting at him like, hey, I'm thinking about you?
I don't think John would appreciate that.
Maybe don't. How about this? Instead of doing that, don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Mo Money giveaway. You can enter to win now at 1620thezone.com with Saul's Jewelry and Loan, as well as 1620 The Zone. Shafe, give me a week. What week would you like to just randomly explore from Joey's brain?
First number that came to mind, 10.
10, week
All
10.
right.
So,
Let me pull it up.
Oh, Joey's got it.
But now I almost feel like I need to pick a week where it's a full slate where there's no buys because I don't want.
That is true.
Well, Joey, do you have the teams that are?
Should I go 15? Is 15 the?
Yeah,
15
so you
has no
can pick.
buys.
You can pick between weeks 1 to 4, 13, which is Thanksgiving week, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
And we've already talked about 13.
Yeah, you want to do 15?
Let's do 15.
15. All right, perfect.
So we're into the playoff push. At this point.
And for those who don't know, the NFL schedule, Joey, is coming out when? Is that next week or 2 weeks?
2 weeks. It should
Did
be
you
the
see
14th.
14th.
Like when they announced this during the draft,
I
and
was
it was
watching.
horribly awkward and just terrible.
Yeah, very much
Just
so.
bad.
They should just have me up there.
They should
I'm
have
a
you,
Packers
Joey.
fan.
How does he like? How is the NFL so bad at some of this stuff?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
You're the best sports organization in the world in terms of interest,
Best entertainment product,
and yet
there
like
is.
no one's like, hey, how do we want to announce our schedule rollout? Which, first of all, why do we really need to announce this?
Because
second
it's
of
awesome.
all, you have enough money that you could just make a spiffy little video with a bunch of highlights from last year.
Yeah, that'd get me interested.
Schedule coming soon.
Boom.
Everyone's fired up.
Idea, man.
Just have that little
Instead,
snap.
you had two people come out and talk and just kill the energy of the entire place.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. So, Joey, anyway, Joey predicts every game for all 18 weeks. He's our king. So, Joey
predicts the game matchups. He doesn't predict the games and who's going to win.
No, he predicts, what network they'll be played on and what weeks.
I feel like that's important because lots of people will predict who wins in a football game.
Sure.
Joey is predicting who is playing each other.
All 272 games.
Wow. Also, I'm still not used to it
He
being
has to math
272.
it up. Like
Yeah.
it has to even out.
Correct.
It has to be on the.
There are all the rules. Joey knows all the rules about there's travel rules. There are holiday rules.
I broke some rules.
Yeah, he broke some rules. So let's get to week 15, Joey.
I got to pull my syllabus up here.
All right. Now, Joey, if I'm reading this right, you have this as one of the rare double headers.
Yes.
Why is
double
that
header.
the case?
Usually they would do that around the later part of the season. I
Sure.
know last season with the college football playoff taking place, the NFL want to maximize their games on TV. So I have CBS and Fox
Both having double headers?
Yeah, doubling it up, and then Monday night having a double header as
Oh,
well.
wow. So the games are going to be spread kind of thin. Where is this weekend? This is going up against the playoff. This is that weekend?
This is 15.
This is
So this was a couple weeks after Thanksgiving.
Couple weeks. Okay, so we're in mid-December right now.
Almost about mid-December. It's
Okay.
around that time. I think the week after conference title games.
Okay, so this is not the weekend just yet of Saturday games.
This would be No, this is not the Saturday game.
Okay, not the Saturday games. All right, Joey. So we have a week 15 Thursday night game. Shafe, this is one of those week late season Thursday night games where you're like, ugh, I'm going to watch this, but I'm going to hate myself.
Look at the rest of this week, though.
Yeah, Panthers Falcons is
kind
garbage.
of random, and then you see who our teams are playing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's hell for me.
Yeah.
So Panthers Falcons on Amazon Prime. Just throw a bone to the NFC South. I mean, at least the Falcons have a fun quarterback to watch.
I mean,
Panthers quarterback's kind of fun.
Do we know if Penix is going to be?
I think he's fun. You don't think he's fun? He has a rocket arm.
I don't know.
He's a lefty too. It's weird.
Bryce Young had
we only saw like so many games last year.
Wow, out on Penix. You're not Kirk Cousins until he dies, but Penix, you're like, I don't know.
I'm not.
I need to see more.
I'm just like, I don't know if we know that he's fun yet.
Okay. Poll question: is Michael Penix fun?
Yeah, we don't know that. He was fun in college. He was very fun in college.
Very fun in college.
But we don't know if he's going to be a fun NFL quarterback. That's all I was getting.
Okay. Let's get to Sunday.
Were we not predicting?
Do you want to predict?
Yes.
Falcons, of course. They have Michael Penix.
I'll go Panthers.
All right, perfect. Let's get to Sunday. Now, Shafe said it. We have a lot of matchups that are going to matter, not just for him and me, but other people locally around here.
Mm-hmm.
CBS, 1 o'clock. Broncos at Chiefs. Oh, my gosh. Ravens at Dolphins. That's, interesting, nonetheless. Steelers at Jets. Don't care about that one. No offense. Vikings at Packers. Your two teams on a noon game. It's always weird when that game's at noon. I feel like that game always deserves
okay with that.
A better time slot.
Noon.
One of these years, I'm going to talk you into letting me watch that game with
Well, you want to put good games early.
Last year would have been a
in
good
the
year for
afternoon.
it.
Yeah?
Last year would have been the right year to watch that.
Why didn't we do it? Why didn't we do it?
I don't know.
You said that never. You always say never.
I don't. I don't need people around me in that situation.
Bills and Shedeur Sanders' Browns at noon on Fox.
And the NFL has the opportunity to flex that
Oh,
game
maybe
if
it'll be in
needed.
prime time for Shedeur Sanders.
Or 325 CBS game.
49ers Saints.
Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel.
Or Dylan Gabriel,
Or
yes.
Joe Flacco.
Or Deshaun
the
Watson.
depth chart that we
Kenny
see
Pickett.
from the Browns.
Large
Or.
depth chart. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of ors. Colts, Jags, don't care. Let's get to the 425 games. Ooh, a rematch of a playoff game from last year.
Yeah.
Texans at Chargers. Remember when the Texans just kind of whooped up on the Chargers? I was very surprised by that. Go Chargers. Bears, Bengals. How do we feel about that one, Shafe?
Could be a fun game.
Could be a fun game. That's a pretty solid retort. Giants, Raiders.
That has to be in the afternoon.
Yeah, it does, but nobody really wants to watch it, I don't think. Lions, Commanders. I watched that game with you.
That
in
was a
January.
great game.
That game sucked.
That was fantastic.
I enjoyed it.
I've gotten to a point where I've started asking myself, but if the Lions won, like they probably would have lost to the Eagles anyway, because the Eagles were just playing such good football.
That
right?
Lions team wasn't beating Eagles.
Yeah, that's too bad. And it would have been much more fun if the Lions would have been in the Super Bowl. I would have been so much happier. Maybe I don't tear my hamstring or strain or whatever I did to it.
You tore it?
I strained it.
Okay.
Maybe I would have been in such a better place mentally, physically.
You think so?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was in a good place that night.
You were so well. Then we were both in a good place.
That was the greatest hate watch of all time.
Man, I was miserable, but I had fun with. I mean, I wasn't though. I had fun with my pals.
The best season in franchise history, and they're out.
Wow.
Without a
One and
playoff
done.
win.
Wow, that's a bummer.
And
don't you
the
feel
year
bad for
before-
them? You gotta love them.
The year before, people forget this. The year before, they were leading with a chance to go to the Super Bowl for the first time
ever
in franchise history.
Ever.
And they couldn't stop Brock Purdy.
Wow.
Incredible. They didn't kick field goals when they could have had a 3-possession lead.
Yeah,
Big gambles.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to worry about that against the Commanders.
No.
No, they did not. Let's go back to the schedule. Rams, Cardinals. Didn't the Rams get absolutely boat raced by Arizona in like week 2 last year?
Yes.
Because I was like, let's go. I picked the Cardinals to be good. I was feeling pretty good. Ended up not happening. Joey, you've cursed me with the Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday night game in Philadelphia.
And this is the first of 2 matchups because they're going to play each other in week 17.
Oh, God. I'm just so sick and tired of the
Hey,
Eagles.
save it for the best part of the season.
Oh,
at the end.
no, the Cowboys aren't going to be very good. Let's see. Monday Night Football, not doubleheader. He's got Patriots, Titans.
Vrabel returning to the Titans.
Oh, there you go. That's a good call. And then Bucks, Seahawks. You love Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I am like,
You're all in on that game.
I am excited about a late start Monday night doubleheader that includes Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold in
Wow.
Seattle.
Very in on that game.
Very in.
God, I love the NFL. Isn't it great? Joey, good work. You got me excited for football.
Countdown starts.
Your back and forth about the Eagles Cowboys had me thinking, would you rather that the Cowboys are the first matchup of the year for the Eagles?
Just get it out of the
game
way?
in which they're getting their Super Bowl rings.
Oh,
and
man.
You just have to see endless highlights of them as champions, and just first game, you just rip the Band-Aid off and get that over with.
It's a great question. You know,
Now,
Dallas,
here's the problem. It's right around it wouldn't be on your birthday exactly.
it is the day before my birthday this year. Yeah. My
Yeah.
birthday's the next day. Wow, look at you remembering my birthday.
Oh, I remember that it was a very big deal because you were rewarding yourself by getting wings.
I did get wings.
Yeah.
And everyone made fun of me. I got them from Night Owl.
Well, I
Those wings
think
were
they
awesome.
made fun of you because you talked about it for
like 2 months.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not very normal.
Even though, like, as a grown adult male,
Yeah.
you had the physical ability to go get yourself wings at any point.
But I wanted them on my birthday.
You wanted them on his birthday.
Dallas has played in the Thursday night opener against the Super Bowl champs multiple times.
Bucks a couple years ago.
And that was a heartbreaker. They almost won. And then they played the Giants after the last Giants Super Bowl win, and they beat them. They beat
2012
They beat the Giants on the 2012 opener, which was also my
It was
birthday.
2013 would be the season.
No, it was the 2011 Giants team that won the Super Bowl,
that's
so
right.
it was
I
2012.
am really bad with that.
That's okay.
It's like one of my shortcomings.
I kind of like
The
it.
calendar needs to be built around the sports schedule and not just have a weird break in the middle that just causes everything to.
Yeah.
That's my take.
The Super Bowl should happen in the same year that the
I
season
just think
starts.
the calendar needs to move based on whatever sport.
There's
is
only
being
one
discussed.
sport that does the same year of everything, and that's baseball.
Yeah,
baseball's the only sport. Every other sport dips into the next year, but football is the only one that we refer to it as the previous year.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants are the 2011 champions, even though they won the Super Bowl in 2012. No, I kind of hate the idea of the Cowboys opening with the Eagles.
So if you had to choose, you'd rather your choices are guaranteed week 17 or guaranteed week 1 for one of the two games.
Yeah, week 17. Do you mean week 18
or week 8? Whichever.
Yeah.
It's hard to.
Yeah, give me that. Last year was the first time Dallas had not beaten them since I started dating my now wife, and then they won the Super Bowl. I hate last year, dude. I think about it, and I still just get triggered sometimes. I can't explain
last
it.
year was actually this year.
Even though I don't like the 2024 football. I don't like the 2024 sports year. Joey Celtics won. That's my least favorite basketball team. I despise them.
You don't
Fun
really
summer.
care.
But I did not. I don't like it when they're good. Ohio State won, my least favorite college football team. And then
Congrats
the Eagles.
To my sister's team.
No, not congrats, Joey. Not congrats.
Hey, she's an Ohio State alum.
Will the Lord reward me with a good year someday, Schaefer? Can I get
You got to enjoy
the
Michigan
90s.
cheating their way to a national title.
That was fun. And I did run the Boston Marathon. So it's like, sometimes I'm like, I have these personal things that I get to enjoy as a human being, but I just want the team that I love to do well. One time.
I want the subset of people that I will never meet in my life to experience the greatest joy of all time.
That will give me
so
the
I can
greatest
live
joy.
through it, and
Yeah.
I fully understand.
You know what I'm thinking?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I started, I don't know. Oh, because I was in Boston. And you walk up to the stadium and you see the 2004 banner, and then you see the one before that was in 1918. And so then I did the math, and I said, if Dallas had the same 86 years of hell, when would they win the Super Bowl, and how old would I be? And for those who are wondering, it would happen in 2081.
Okay.
And I would be 93.
Okay. You think you can make it that long?
If I keep living like I am now, sure.
You should be able to.
Yeah.
Wait, now is in all the beer and the eating of the last week?
Well, yes, maybe not like the last week.
In moderation.
I'm healthy. I'm healthy, right? And I don't need
hamstring. I don't know if that's making it to 92.
Let's hope that is still good to go, and that I don't have any John Bishop incidents of the last weekend.
Does Fenway still have the different colored seat in the outfield?
They do. They have the lone red seat.
Yeah.
We got a poster actually commemorating that seat that we will hang up in our basement.
When I was a kid, the only time I've been to Boston, I was like second grade.
Oh, wow.
That is one of the things I remember from my Fenway experiences.
Yeah.
The hallowed seat.
It's pretty cool. I took a picture with it back in 2008.
Yeah. So you've been to Boston how many times?
Twice. Yeah, 2 times. I went there. It was my
probably enjoyed it more this time than in 2008.
Yeah, I was 19 that time. It was my high school graduation gift. It was awesome. I saw a no-hitter, so that was really fun. But
back when you were a hardcore Red Sox
fan. I loved the Red Sox. I was a huge fan. I lived and died.
So wild.
I have the Cowboys. Like, that's my team. My mom this weekend, she goes, I don't understand how you can care so much about a professional team like you do. I'm like, well, that's the only one that I care about.
Wait a minute. That's not what she
like,
should have been saying.
Well,
she should have been saying, I don't understand how you turned your back on the Red Sox right as they got to be interesting.
Because she goes, no, they had already been interesting. I'd rooted for them.
No,
for 2
I understand
World
it, but then they won again in 13. They won in 18.
I rooted for them enough in 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
By 18, you were out, though?
Didn't really care. I went to bed during the
Nathan Eovaldi, Chris Sale. Who are these people? I don't care.
Was it game 3 or game 4 that went to like 18 innings? I went to bed. I didn't stay up. And that was when I realized I don't care.
It was
about
game 4.
Game 4?
Yeah.
Because I think the Red Sox went up 3-1 after that game. Let's see. J-Man writes, Cowboys have Super Bowls, Josh, from over 3 decades ago. That's some glory hole. They have old glory hole. I want new glory hole, Shafe. I want it nice and new.
Many people have said that sentence.
They have, including Jerry Jones, the owner. Let's see. Going back to Nebraska football as we turn our discussion to that. KD says if they really wanted to make it awesome, they'd let fans go against the athletes. Think you can complete a pass? Good luck. Think you can beat a DB? Godspeed. I do like the idea of normal people having to compete with the athletes. And I say this as someone who talks crap about them sometimes too. But I think it'd be good. Maybe you get knocked down a peg. If I dropped a punt, I wouldn't boast about it on a message board and cry. I would say, wow, I learned a lot in this one moment when I dropped a punt. That's what I would do.
So here's what. Now my brain is just firing. And
Here we go. Ideas, Schaefer.
That hits to something that would have been really fun. If Nebraska would have been like, okay, we're not doing a spring game and our athletes aren't going to participate because we don't want, anyone to see them or whatever it is.
Sure.
What if they would have had like an open division 7-on-7 tournament where former Huskers are making up teams. Like it's like that basketball thing, but then you would have like an all-star team of rec league athletes from the University of Nebraska.
Not a bad idea.
And then they're like going up against Amon Green and this
Tommy Frazier,
this team of 90s players playing 7-on-7.
So older guys for sure, but former D1 athletes.
Yeah. What? Okay, so
I wouldn't watch it, but it sounds interesting.
I don't know if Omaha North is like this. I know that my wife's high school is like this. Columbus is like this, where it has like an alumni basketball weekend.
Yeah. One of my best friends, he does that every year.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know
if Columbus still does it, but it used to be a huge deal.
Yeah, I don't get why is it
what
so
if
big?
You did an alumni 7-on-7 Husker football tournament.
Wow, you should have given that idea to Rule.
That would have been way more interesting than what we saw on Saturday.
And you do it kind of by eras, right?
Yeah, I mean, and then you just mix it up, and the old guys probably need to be playing the old guys to a certain point, but like,
you can't have the 70s Huskers.
2010 on,
and
you do it in like a 4-year blip, or because Nebraska's had a fair amount of different coaches. If you play
the Mike Riley era,
if you
versus the
graduate,
era,
the coach of which you would have graduated,
not a bad idea,
is the coach that you're part of that.
I like that idea,
that grouping. So like 20, like Tommy Armstrong, who would have spanned both Bo Pelini.
Yeah, well, who is he a part of?
Riley. He'd be Riley
because he graduated,
finished.
Okay,
and then so his teammates would include like Ethan Carter, or you'd have
Nate Gary.
Yeah, it gets rough at wide receiver.
Yeah, because all those guys were Frost guys.
Well, they were either right before.
His era was so short, only 3 years.
I think you maybe get Alonzo Moore in there. Brandon Riley.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be as bad, but it's not as good as like Pelini would have some really good potential 7-on-7 wide receivers. Frost would have some good ones because in theory, you'd have Stanley Morgan. You'd have people of that nature.
By the way, I'm putting together this project right now. I'm not going to say too much more, but I've been going back and looking at game by game in 15 on, and wow, there's some absolute hell in there.
Yeah.
And I'm reading up on some of these game logs, and I'm looking at box scores, and I'm just like, this is terrible. So if you want to ever go down fun memory lane, just pull up a YouTube video and go watch highlights from one of those stupid football games.
What this makes me want to do is to pick a game at random and then have you describe what you remember of the game, and then to see how much of what you remember is actually in truth of how the game played out.
There have been some where I'm like, oh, wow, I totally forgot about that. And then others like, I don't know, 2020 Illinois, where it was like, oh, remember that fake punt? Or the first pass of the game was a fumble and suddenly Illinois had the football.
I'll admit, of the last, at least for me, having covered the team in the last basically 15, 16 years, the season of which I have the least recall is 2020.
Yes.
Like I remember like bits and pieces of it. Deontay Williams with the scoop and score against Penn State, the way the horrible start of the game against Illinois.
Bad.
How Nebraska against a Minnesota team that had like half as many available players, just
like 50 guys
to run the football, to the point that I charted out how many plays it went between Mills's like 7th carry and his 8th carry, and it was like 3 offensive series.
Oh, wow, that's good.
It was horrible. Scott Frost malpracticed as a head coach
so bad
in some of these games.
Yeah.
And that was one of them.
Oh, I got one for you that I stumbled upon. This was over the weekend. I watched the final sequence of the 2019 Iowa loss.
Oh,
dude, you want to get mad? Just go fast forward to when Nebraska gets the football, and they are close to midfield. And first of all, so it's great. So it's Kugler and Millen that are on the call, and Millen's like, yeah, this will be the last drive of regulation. They're just going to try to run the clock out and then have a chance at winning the game before overtime. They don't. They give the ball to Iowa with 40 seconds left. Somehow.
Yeah, because Adrian ran out of bounds.
They run out of bounds, and they keep snapping the ball early. Yeah, and then there's a stupid penalty. So, yeah. Charles says Josh Peterson has to cover Thomas Fidoni. Who shushes whom?
Well, that's the other thing. If you do that 7-on-7 thing, maybe you'd have like, if you have a media team, and so everyone gets a free win.
Is Damon on the former player? Or is he on the media team?
He would have to be a former player.
All right. All right. Well, so much for us having a chance.
Like you could have like parents of the players on the current team. They could have their own team. I think this could be a thing.
Better than what they did.
I would be much more interested in watching a 7-on-7 of different eras of Husker coaches
than whatever they did.
Yes.
So we were going to get to what did we learn about Nebraska football this spring. Let's do that when we return because it's already 4:11 now, and so we should probably do that when we return.
Just cutting off time.
That was a fun topic though. All right, so we will get to that when we return. Michael Severe is going to join us in studio in a little bit. We can talk some draft. We can talk some spring ball with Severe and a whole lot more. So we'll do all that as we roll on. Mike Schaefer in today for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer on this Monday. John will be back on Wednesday, live from Lincoln. Grimdo, not back until Thursday. Joe, you're going to be in the building for the next 2 days.
I'm going to be here all the time this week.
Let's go.
What is Nick Grimm doing on vacation? Is he frolfing?
He's gallivanting around the country, isn't he?
He's in the Black Hills. He just posted some pictures on Twitter of him pointing at Mount Rushmore.
Interesting. I never took Nick to be a Mount Rushmore guy.
I think you can. I think anyone can be a Mount Rushmore guy. You can appreciate the carving into the stone and the artwork that went into it.
Yeah.
I haven't been to the Mount Rushmore since I was like
I've never been.
4.
I haven't
and
been
I have
there
no memory of it. So.
I haven't been there since 2007, 8. It's been a long time.
Been a while.
Is he going to Flintstone Village while he's up there? That's up in the.
These are great questions. I don't know.
South Dakota area that he's at.
Well, we'll find out where he went on Thursday.
The Badlands.
I think he's going to the Badlands. I think.
Waldrug, maybe.
We'll figure that out. All right, Shafe.
Nice.
Let's get to the topic. What did we learn about Nebraska football this spring? Because, I think you can always ask this question after a spring period is done. Without a actual game at the end, in theory, that should change a lot of our view. But on the other hand, it really shouldn't because we see very little. How many open minutes of practice were there before Saturday? 30? 40, 45?
An hour, probably
about
an hour
hour
total. Two different 30-minute periods.
So you're always going off of.
In which they never really went live against each other.
Correct. So you, specifically, are going off of what you hear from people who have access or who have access to people who have access. So you're talking about sometimes first or second or third hand information, right? You have that. And then, of course, you're going off of quotes. You're going off of coaches and players. And so that's why exercises like this, I think, are always always difficult just because you have to really, really parse. We did a game a few years ago, 3 years ago, we did a game where I read quotes and listeners had to guess what year those quotes came from because it's always the same. We've never been working harder. We've never tried harder. Our chemistry is always the best. We like this new coordinator and the new DC. We're going to be attacking more than we ever have.
These guys love each other.
They always, dude, I opened that document a few weeks ago because I still had it. It was called the Spring Game. And it's hilarious, just like what you do. So all of that to say, exercises like this are mostly futile, but I think that we learned some things this year. And that's why I told you that I wrote down 3 things. Do you think that you left spring ball? It's April 28th now. Go back to March 15th. Do you think that there are things that you definitively know or maybe are stronger in your opinions on today than you were back on March 15th?
Yes. I feel better in general about the offensive side of the ball than I probably did at the beginning of spring. I think the biggest takeaway, the biggest storyline of the whole spring is the offensive line.
Absolutely.
And it's not so much that it's guaranteed to be better. It's that this is, to me, the most positive that they have come across talking about their offensive line.
Yes.
In the 3 years of the Matt Rule era. They have a lot of belief in not only what will be their starting 5, but I think they have players that they like that are deeper down the roster, guys that they're expecting to be contributors or starters in future seasons that have made nice moves or have had nice off seasons. Overall, it seems like they really like the health of their offense, not like the actual physical, each person's health, but just like the way the room looks relative to what they inherited and kind of how things have played out over the first 2 years.
Yeah, that
is the biggest. I don't think there's anything even close to that. For me, if you were like, what is your primary takeaway of spring 2025? It's that.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that is the first thing. And honestly, the way in which they talked about them, 3-4 weeks ago, that might have been the reason why I put together that document that just kind of was keeping track of things that they have said that I wanted to make sure I remembered by the time we get deep into the summer. And it was how they were talking about the offensive line and that, you have these, former starters or potential starters that are missing spring because they've been hurt. And so it's like you have all this depth that is in theory getting opportunities to play. I've been covering the team for over a decade. You have as well. We have certainly heard a lot of bluster, and we've been told for years, this is the year the offensive line is finally going to be better. I would say that I thought that this year, how they talked about them was different than I can remember. But, maybe I'll look like an idiot when it's October and they can't run the ball.
Do we? Okay. I don't want to get us too far off track because I'm very good at that, but I do want to at least throw this out there as just a general how football fans talk about their team as it is anyways.
Okay.
Do we think there's, short of like winning the national title and just being utterly dominant up front, because that's how people remember those 90s teams, is there really anything any team can do where 95% of the fan base would be like, that's a good offensive line?
Excellent question.
Because the way that people would talk about like the 2013 offensive line or the 20 and multiple of those guys had NFL careers,
but in the moment
they had 1,000-yard rushers.
I hate this line.
They didn't have huge sack numbers.
Yeah.
But there would be some guy who's like, well, on 3rd and 1, they couldn't pick up the first down that one time they needed it. So it wasn't a good line.
You're not wrong.
I just think, and
they had that great stretch.
I'm not saying this to pick on like, I can't tell you short of like 2009 when it was like Steve Hutchinson and just I never liked Minnesota's offensive line. They had their best offensive line season in years this past year, and look at their last 2 games. They gave up like 75 sacks. So how good was it?
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah.
I just think it's a universal football thing to not like your offensive line.
You are not wrong.
So
I
want to get that out there.
No, it's a good point. There were a couple of the Cowboys offensive lines in like the 14, 15, 16 range where I remember as a non-line watcher being like, this line is insane, how good it was. But you're right, for the most part,
I think
I remember those 3rd and 1 plays.
You could have a line that scores well on PFF, and statistically the running backs are doing well, and they could do well in short yardage situation. But ultimately, if Nebraska's not just like stacking up wins and NFL draft picks, someone's going to go, well, it's not that good.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So this one is going to be fun to follow over the course of the season. And it will lead into the second thing that I wrote down, and that is this. I think that the coaches are very much in on Emmett Johnson to a degree that I did not expect them to be prior to spring. So, this is me knowing that they feel good about him. So maybe that is a little wishy-washy because it is not, yeah, but Josh, do you believe in him? Like, do you believe that he can be that guy? I've talked myself into him being able to be certainly a 1,000-yard all-purpose back because he was close to that number last year. I think last time you filled in, maybe we did this, didn't we? Mm-hmm. He was at 900, I think is what it was, receiving and rushing. I think I have talked myself into him maybe, though, being close to a 1,000-yard rusher. I have this quote saved from E.J. Barthel from a few weeks ago where he mentioned that he's at the top of his game. He's literally what we stand for as a program. If you look at what we talk about in recruiting and talk about in trying to build a program, he's been through the process. He's been confident in the process. Like, I think that they very much believe that he can, whatever the proverbial next step is, I think he took it from his freshman to his sophomore year, and I think they think he can take it from his sophomore to his junior year, especially with an offensive coordinator that I think that everyone's more excited about in general.
Yeah, so what I don't like about this is that we're agreeing on a lot.
A little too much.
Obviously, the offensive line, and we both, that's the number one. The number two thing for me that I've come away from with this spring that I didn't have when things started was this belief that Emmett Johnson could be not just a solid college running back, but that Nebraska could make him the literal focal point of their offense. And I think that could happen. Like, I really do. And it not in a traditional 25 carries kind of way, but in a more 2025, this is how football is played now, spread out the touches between rushing and receiving. And again, I keep going back to this. You look at the 4 games of Dana Holgorsen, you look at how many touches he got through the air, listen to the quotes, especially early in spring football, and how they're talking about how running backs have to be effective weapons out of the backfield and catching the ball and all of this different stuff. And then when they talk about what they like about their running back room and how much of it is related to being involved in the passing game, I am way, way more confident that they have a plan for Emmett Johnson to utilize him in a way that they didn't have for their previous running backs, or that they didn't. The last 2 years, when they would talk about how much they liked their running back room, and it didn't feel like they were differentiating what Ramir Johnson could do different than Dante, other than like short yardage situation or whatever. And now it's like, we've got this guy in Emmett Johnson that can do a lot of different stuff for us. We can do different things, and our offense can be multiple because of it. I feel like they have clued in on that more because of Dana Holgerson and Emmett Johnson's talent. And so I am more aware of that, or I'm more confident in that than I certainly was before the spring started.
All right, so let's expand on that math just a little bit more. So you mentioned the last 4 games. Over the course of the whole season, Emmett Johnson had 117 carries. He had 39 receptions. So if you add that together, you're looking at 156 total touches. In 13 games, that is 12 touches per game. So, I mean,
and he barely played early in the season.
Oh, yeah, dude, you go back to Colorado, 1 carry for 3 yards. Yep. I mean, he had 9 touches in the opener, but after that, you're not looking at a ton. Holgerson arrives. In the last 4 games, so you're talking about the 3 regular season and the Boston College game, he had 59 carries. He caught the ball 23 times.
Yeah.
That's 82 touches.
Yeah.
So you divide that by 4, and you're looking at 20 and a half per game.
Yeah.
Like, is that the type of back that he maybe not 20 every game?
I think it could be closer to like 22, 23.
Wow. I mean, what are we talking about then?
Well, think about it. And this is one of those things that we sort of forget about because Nebraska hasn't had a lot of leads and haven't been putting games away. Like, there's a world in which Emmett Johnson in the 4th quarter is running the ball to run clock and to allow Nebraska to salt away a 10-point lead so they don't get the ball back and make it, like, we haven't seen a lot of those games. We haven't seen a running game like that. If Nebraska actually has leads in those situations,
they salted away the Boston College game.
His numbers might just be up because of that.
Yeah. All right. So we both agree on that. Now, the other thing that I mentioned, and this is where we go to a story that you wrote.
I'm more fascinated by this.
This isn't going to be like anything.
I don't even know if, like, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to claim this. I'm not sure.
It was titled, this is April 15th, so just a few days ago, assessing Nebraska's roster ahead of the spring portal opening. But the thing So the thing that stood out to me, and this is the quote that I had from Rule, we're not super out there looking for a ton of guys in the portal. If a guy pops up, we might take a guy or two that's the right fit, but we like this football team. I don't know if there's enough footballs to go around to the guys I think can make plays on this team. We want to play a ton of guys on defense, so I'm not sitting here chasing anybody except that can be a difference maker if they showed up. So, like, that quote was shared by a variety of people, right? Like, that was the one that I know stuck with me, though, in the middle of March or in the middle of April. And so my third takeaway is I think that he genuinely likes this team. That quote and some of the other ones that I don't have right now, but where he talked about the maturity of the team and how the players are kind of coaching each other and how everybody kind of knows what they're doing. Again, maybe it's just typical spring BS and I'm going to look like an idiot by the time September or October rolls around and they just blew another game in horrifying fashion like we have seen over the years. But there does seem to be something that he thinks that this team has that they didn't have last year or the year before, because he was not talking about him this way. As say what you will about last year and, oh, hey, we all bought into it. He wasn't talking about them like this. There is maturity is the word, I guess, that continues to come to my mind. And look, it seems like they're making a bet with the talent of the roster that kind of surprises me. Now, maybe they'll get an extra running back that, we didn't see coming until most recently. But I don't know. It does seem like they like the shape of this roster as it stands here on April 28th.
Yeah, I definitely think they like their roster. I think they like the investments and choices that they've made. I think they have a better feel for how the transfer portal process is played out and the type of players that they can get. And they've learned lessons, and they're still learning lessons. Hardly Gilmore IV was a lesson.
Sure.
That's part of this whole thing is that when we've gotten into the transfer portal era of college football, everyone's learning at the same rate, at the same time, and getting different life experiences and lessons out of it. And so I think that they feel like they've had a really strong offseason in that regard.
Yeah.
I would love to have like truth serum and see if I could get someone to actually say they think that this roster, the whole roster, is better than what they had last year.
Because I think last year's roster is better?
I had them as a 9-win team last year.
Yeah.
And I feel like an idiot, but I still think I was right.
Because of the defense?
Because they were better than most of the teams on their schedule, and they underachieved.
Yeah.
They gave games away.
Yeah, they definitely did.
And yeah, they had 2 guys taken in the draft, so how good were they? But think of how many players that are no longer going to be on this program that played huge roles, that took up a ton of snaps for you on your defensive line, on your team.
on your offensive line. That all has to be replaced.
Yep.
And as excited as they are about their offensive line or their roster as a whole, guys still have to go prove it against somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many times have fan bases, and it doesn't just have to be Nebraska, it could be any sport, pick whatever you want. Someone's leaving your team and you didn't think that they were particularly good. And you're like, well, it's going to get better when just by replacing that
We
guy.
do it all the time.
Addition by subtraction.
Yeah.
Except what happens when Bryce Benhart, the tackle that nobody apparently liked, is no longer playing right tackle and there's a drop-off at the position.
Yeah.
Not saying that's what's going to happen, but it's a possibility.
It's happened many times over the years.
You had Ben Scott for 2 years, and prior to that, I don't remember. It was Cam Jurgens? Did it go Jurgens to Scott?
No, there was somebody in between there because Scott was there the last 2 years and Cam's last year was 2021. So I don't know who was the center in 2022.
22 center.
Yeah, I have no idea.
My brain cannot get there.
Yeah.
But basically the idea being like Justin Evans, I think is pretty good. But if snapping is an issue, like these are the little things that you take for granted.
Yep. When
you have a veteran like Ben Scott that's played as much football as he has. And he also, by the way, could have played right tackle if they needed him to.
Yeah.
I'm excited about Riley Van Poppel. He's not going to be Ty Robinson right away.
Sure.
And Nash Hutmaker wasn't taken in the NFL draft. You don't have anyone on your roster that's as good as Nash Hutmaker.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't getting, unfortunately, he got hurt in 24, and I don't think he was the same player that he was in 23. But someone has to replace that. And so, like, I think that they can feel good about the direction that they're going, how it feels inside of there. But I would love if someone took Truth Serum, because I think that they're going to say that they like the current roster more than, because that's just what you do.
Yeah, for sure.
But is it more talented?
Yeah, and going back real fast to the players, you said it, only 2 guys get drafted, but Nayor signed, Gifford signed, Hutmaker signed, Bullock signed, Banks signed, and Ben Scott signed.
And I get like his season ended terribly and there's a lot of weirdness to it. Tommy Hill was a first-round mocked draft pick on September 8th, the day after Nebraska beat Colorado.
Yeah, for sure.
And he was a guy that we talked about as an all-conference defensive back.
Yeah.
And he damn near won you the Iowa game in 2023. And he had that huge interception against, so there's just players that aren't going to be there. Like, there's just things that have to be picked up and filled in.
That's a great point.
And I just don't believe that the top, the middle of the roster might be better. You might be excited about the upside potential of things. I just don't know if I believe that it has the high end. And that's crazy because they had a true freshman quarterback last year.
Yeah.
You can attribute some of the underachieving to that guy had to go through some things and he's going to be better.
Think about how you felt about him in September versus how you felt about him in October. And that's why, if you want to talk yourself into this season being better, I mean, it really does start and end with if the quarterback takes the next step, a good quarterback just changes the entire equation.
It should help you get, in theory, at least 1, if not 2 more wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's one of those things that I have a tough time when I'm sitting there and trying to parse through my thoughts on this team. I like last year's roster more than I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
But this team might end up winning more games, in large part because I thought last year's team gave too many away.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the sign of growth and progress as a program. Michael Severe will join us in a little bit. We can talk about this and more with him, some NFL draft notes as well, and more as we roll on into the happy hour on this Monday, last Monday of April. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer with you on this Monday. Michael Severe is going to join us in just a moment. He brought cake. We have cake. Cake.
It's not Mardi Gras, so it's not like a king's cake or whatever that is.
No, I don't know.
It's just a birthday cake?
It's a congratulations to me cake.
Oh.
Yeah. How about
the person
that?
who did the frosting needed to start to see a little bit more on the left. They ran out of little room.
Good job. So we'll eat some cake coming up in our next segment.
It looks great.
It does. It looks awesome.
It's just the centering of the lettering.
Wow. Unreal criticism. First of all, you critique the cake. When will you say something positive about Jalen Gramstad? That's the question that I have for you, Mike Schaefer. I've been waiting with bated breath for you to say something good about him, and yet nary a word.
Well, I didn't get to see him on Saturday.
And whose fault is that?
He's the number 2 quarterback, so he wasn't available.
Unreal.
Actually, I did get to see him. He was part of the quarterback competition, and nobody really covered themselves in glory. But it was nice to see Dylan make a basket, if you will, from 40 yards away with one of his throws.
I did see
that. Cool.
Let me ask you this, because I haven't gotten the skinny on this situation. What happened that everybody was scared that Dylan hurt himself? What is the story behind this play?
He was sacked in a 7-on-7.
Okay, because everyone was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Midland University, the Midland Monsters, were coming after him, and
did he go down?
He had like an awkward,
Because I know Jack Mitchell was concerned.
I think it all ended up fine.
Good.
I was laughing.
Can you
like his
imagine?
First play was like a throw down the sidelines where he nearly threw an interception in the 7-on-7 game, and then he got sacked immediately.
Oh God!
And it was just one of those where, if you really wanted to write a column questioning whether Dylan Raiola is going to be better in 2025, you would start right there.
Column idea?
I'm not writing it.
I think you could.
I think he will be better in 2025.
Interesting.
I personally.
What about Gramstad though? Is he going to be better?
I think he has a chance for a better 2025 because he didn't play in 2024.
Oh, okay.
So if he just gets into a game,
that'd be pretty cool. Speaking of Jack Mitchell from the same small college in Iowa,
and we'll see how it all plays out. But right now he's the number 2 quarterback. I would have a lot of skepticism of his ability to run a Dana Holgerson offense. But
sure,
it's not the air raid anymore. So
no.
But he of the guys that threw, probably the weakest arm.
Yeah, you seems like you came away impressed by Latif.
Yeah,
like what he could be.
Not so much like what we saw on Saturday in terms of his throwing against Nebraska's defense in the live period, but I had heard he had a good spring.
Yeah,
he had a really good practice Tuesday of last week. I mean, that was kind of the big one, and I think there was some conversation that came out of that, and felt like a lot of media people had heard that as well. And so I think there was some enthusiasm. And then it's just one of those things where I hadn't watched him at all this spring. And he was such a quiet quarterback commitment in that he committed. And
there was that one weird video.
He was not a big peer recruiter, and he wasn't like a big post about Nebraska guy. And he left the door open that he would consider other teams
for like 24 hours.
And then once that was
it was super quiet after
then
that.
He was the quarterback in the class, and it was kind of like, okay, well, what's this going to look like? Because he's going to have to wait for Dylan Raiola, and what kind of athlete is he? And I mean, Mitch kind of talked about it too. One of the things that really stood out is he has great awareness of, okay, there's nothing here. It's time to go. I can't just wait for a guy to be open. I'm going to go grab the 5 yards right in front of my face. And I like seeing that from him. I mean, I think that's a great sign for a freshman. We'll see what it looks like when he's actually having to play in scenarios that are not the Husker games. But I think there's a reason to be enthusiastic that Nebraska might have a long-term quarterback piece already on its roster after Dylan.
Yeah. Speaking of Dylan, we just got a tremendous question from a listener, Doc, that we will save, and we can ask it of Michael Severe when he joins us next. Keena says, maybe it's a sorry for your mower-related injury cake, and you're going to eat it all before John gets back.
Oh.
That will have to be gone before John gets back, because I don't think I'm seeing him until June.
Do you want me to deliver a piece of cake to John today?
Maybe that's what we have you do. You go and walk his dog and also offer him cake.
He hasn't gotten back to me on that.
Oh.
He's probably asleep.
He's going through it. He's definitely going through it. He tweeted. He'll tell a story on Wednesday. Michael Severe has many stories to tell. He'll tell them and join us when we return. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Happy Hour is next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom.
The happy hour's on the air. Welcome back. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer. And now Michael Severe in the building, and he brings cake. Michael has brought cake.
You didn't take a picture of the cake.
I did. No, I got one. Sure.
She did a great job. She was she was doing the donuts, and I said, "Hey, could you do this?" And she goes, "Yeah, I could try it." And she wrote it in cursive, which is hard as hell.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
And I was shocked that where she started with the C that she still made the congrats. I was shocked. Yeah. But she did, and I'm going to give her credit for picking it up. She was the donut. She wasn't even the cake lady.
Wow.
Donut
That's fantastic.
Girl. Yes, good job by her.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you to you, Michael. This is awesome. What kind of cake do we have here?
It says marbled. I didn't know.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering.
Something about marble.
Yeah, it's
tasty. You throw it away?
No.
It's marble. I mean, you can look at the cake and tell that it's marble.
Yeah. It's good. It's good.
Marble buttercream.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right.
Shout out to Michael.
It's a hell of a accomplishment, man.
It really is.
Incredible accomplishment. People don't talk enough about the accomplishment. You know, my wife runs half marathons all the time. She's running them all over the country. And you couldn't pay her $1 million to run a marathon. You couldn't. There's no way.
$1 million?
First of all,
even $1 million bucks?
You got to train.
Yes, you do.
Because she wouldn't make it walking half of it.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have to train for it. And she would never train to do that. No way. And she enjoys running the halves.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But she would never do a full marathon. No way. Nobody. You know how many toenails fall off of people? Have you ever seen the feet of people who do the 50-mile march? I can show you mine. I haven't had a big toenail. I haven't had a big toenail for years.
Really?
Okay. Oh my God, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Everybody's feet are jacked. That's walking 50 miles.
Yeah.
Not running.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
I have all my toenails.
It's an incredible achievement.
They're all still there.
Good shoes.
I don't think we need to be talking about feet.
You don't want to talk about feet?
No problem.
All right. So we'll move on from feet as soon as possible.
No problem.
There's cake out. We don't need that.
Michael, you want to do draft first? You want to do Huskers?
I want to go back to something that Schaefer said.
Okay.
2 segments ago, maybe I think it was in the car.
Nice.
Was it bad or good?
No,
Uh-oh.
Was the defense really that good last year?
Was it good statistically? No.
It's middling,
Not
right?
like, yeah.
It was middling.
It was fine.
They had 6 games at least last
they
year
got,
where they
got
gave up
absolutely smacked by Indiana.
I know, but
Like,
there was
absolutely
there were
smacked.
also like another 4 or 5 games where they gave up more than 6
Sure.
yards a play.
Mm.
I mean, that's not a high quality defense.
Their tackling wasn't as good as it was in
The tackling
23.
wasn't great. And as much as I know people love Ty and they love Nash, I'm not a huge fan of either one of them when you're scouting to play the next level. I'm just not, especially Nash. I mean, he's a one-trick pony, and maybe he'll do something on 1st and 2nd downs, but I'm not sure even that the next level. But we'll see. I think they'll be more athletic on the defensive line. And I said this week 2 of last year on Big Red Wrap-Up.
Okay.
I said, I guarantee they'll be more athletic on the defensive line next year because they're not athletic at that point on the defensive line. Even Jamari Butler, who was supposed to be the athlete, did not look athletic last year. So give me some guys that I think right now who are on there or a little bit younger, I know, and they have to prove themselves. But I think they'll be able to do some gapping. I think they'll be able to run better. I think they're going to make a lot more plays.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to square that up with that defensive line. And I understand there's a lot of other factors, and I know that Ohio State didn't take the game, and they were playing Nebraska. They weren't playing Oregon. They weren't playing someone fantastic. The way Nebraska's defensive line controlled that game, I don't think they have that in their bag. Like the upper ability of what they showed and how they played in that game, and their 2 Malcolm Hartzog busts were basically Ohio State's entire offense that day.
What they did is they pulled out as much as they needed to pull out.
Yeah, and
that's what they did. They pulled out as much as they needed when they needed to make a play. Now, if you want to give them credit for something, no one that I watched all year was better on 3rd and 4th and 1.
Sure.
Nobody was better.
They couldn't run
at
the
3rd.
ball.
Iowa couldn't get 3rd and 4th.
They had a first-round
Ohio State
offensive lineman.
Yep.
They had 2 running backs taken by the end of day 2.
One of the offensive linemen they had taken wasn't even there.
Right. And
Simmons wasn't there. They had one guy. They had 3 guys total.
They made a guy play so badly that he went into the portal as soon as it not really how it happened, but he was going into the portal as soon as that game ended.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. And I totally get that Nebraska was up and down the whole year last year defensively. Not nearly as consistent or as solid as they were in 2023. Totally get that. The high end of what they could do and how they showed it against, I just don't know that I believe that they can do that again in 25.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the ability to stop the run like they did last year at time. I mean,
like they did against Northern Iowa.
Right. And
I mean, they didn't. I mean, there were times.
I know what you mean.
There were so many times where they gave up extra yards.
Sure.
You know, we talked about leaky yards the whole year.
Starting with that game.
No, the tackling wasn't good.
Leaky yardage, plus they allowed the big play to happen at the worst times. Obviously, the Iowa one's the easiest one.
Oh, God.
But they allowed a couple against Purdue that they shouldn't have allowed. The Maryland, we were sitting up there. You were behind me at the spring game. And for some reason, McMaster and I started talking about that Maryland game. And I told him the Maryland game.
In 2023?
Yes. Yeah. The Maryland game was the game, much like Southern Miss, where after it, I thought, so what do we do now? Do we go down to the press conference? Do we just stay here? Do we hide? Too many times when there was a play to be made on both sides of the ball, I can't just rip on the defense.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't make it.
Sure.
And so I don't know if the concern, I understand what you're saying about who they lost. I don't think the concern's as big. I think they're going to play good defense no matter what. No matter if it's Tony White, no matter who they have there, he's going to figure out a way to play good defense. And he just brought back his ace in the hole in Snow, who every place he's been. Carolina, when he left, that defense was really good. They couldn't score. They couldn't move the ball, but they were really good defensively. Same thing he did at Temple. Same thing he did at Baylor. I think the same thing he'll do here.
Yeah,
I feel confident about the defense. The offense always bothers me because his offenses have always struggled too at times.
Right. Well, and part of why I feel better about the offense is he just gave it to someone else. It's someone else's offense.
And it's someone else that you trust.
Yeah. And it's someone that's had a history of success in college football.
So did Joe Brady. Joe Brady had success. He's had success since then. But for some reason, when he was with Matt
Carolina,
Rule, he didn't have it.
That's interesting, yeah, because I remember in those years.
But was that his first run in the NFL for Joe Brady?
Yes, that was right
after
NFL,
after what happened at LSU.
Right after LSU.
Yeah.
So that part of it is there was a bit of a jump there.
And who was their quarterback in 2020?
Darnold.
Yeah.
Darnold.
Yeah. And they started off 3-0.
Darnold played well at the beginning.
3-0, I believe they started off. Yeah. But I don't know. Anything can happen with this team. I think they're gonna, they're an 8-win team, but every year I think the same thing.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, Michael.
You said 9-win, and you're off.
I
by,
thought
off by how many
9 win
points?
last
year.
year.
How many points are you off by? 16?
How many what?
How many points are you off by having 9 wins during the regular season? Like 16 points.
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah,
you're right in a lot of ways because yes, it should have been 9.
And I just have a tough time getting there with this group, and I don't know.
You finally have reached a point that you have pushed back against for years, and we talked about it with you like a month ago, where you're like, I got to see it now. And you always push back against that kind of mindset.
In large part because I don't think the previous year has to have any effect on the upcoming year. The problem that I keep running into, and I don't want a repeat of a mindset that I would have had early on with Scott Frost, where it's like, this doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Well, they'll get it figured out. It'll get figured.
Yeah.
I've told this story many times. I'm going to the 2021 Illinois game, and it's BC and I, and we're sitting there in our hotel on Friday night. And what game is on? It's 2019 Nebraska, Iowa. Mm-hmm. And that game, like if you wanted to believe in Scott Frost, that game had to be the biggest proceed with caution, blinking lights game.
It's a horror show.
Horrendous coaching decisions, mismanagement, putting people in positions to fail, knowing that they're going to fail.
The last offensive drive.
All of that. And so we watched that game happen, and I turned to BC, and I'm like, how much confidence do we have that they're better than that? With pretty much the same coaching staff, the same mentality, a lot of the same players, and then they went out and they played Illinois and just an absolute dumpster fire of a performance.
It was horrible.
That featured every imaginable stupid thing that you could ever think of.
Yeah.
Rittenberg walked over to me after that game and said, dude, I'm sorry. And I said, I wanted to quit. I didn't want to be here for this season. I was already ready to leave. I wanted to leave. Right. They made me stay for this season.
I forgot about that.
They made me stay.
You got one more year.
What I'm trying to get to is there are things that Matt Rule has shown in game where I am skeptical that he is just going to magically be a different coach. Yeah. Like decision. I don't think he has a great feel for the teams that he has. There's times where he tries to be aggressive when he has Chubba Purdy, and it's like, what the hell are you doing being aggressive here? And then the very next week against Wisconsin, you're not trying to go score a touchdown and you want to settle to go into overtime and try to, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. You get into 2024 and it just felt like they were a yo-yo from week to week to week to week.
Yep.
You were getting a different version of Nebraska.
Even when they were winning games in the first month and a half.
So when I look at why I struggle with prognosticating, I might like portions of the roster. I might like the offense more. I might like the defense a little bit less. I look at the total package of it, and it's like, I don't know if changing out this many coaches, ultimately, is it going to matter if Matt Rule still doesn't have a good feel for what type of team that he has? If he still can't get these guys to show up and want to play football in Bloomington, Indiana against a top 10 team. Like, those are the concerns.
Yeah.
I think they have so much going for them Sunday through Friday.
Yeah.
And it's Saturday where I still have the giant question.
Have you gone back and watched the Indiana game? Did you go back and watch it?
I don't.
So I immediately went and watched it after because I'm doing, the next day.
How many times do you watch a game before you get to the next game?
I can tell you before I do Big Severe Reaction, I've watched it twice.
Yeah.
Now, one time I'm driving back. Shut up. One time I'm driving back because it's on the thing and I'm driving. And it's slow driving. So
Let's get Michael a driver this year.
I know, and I watch it. So in that game, and I know what happened. But they've got a 4th down play to make the game 7-7. They have a stop on 4th down to get the ball back. They have an opportunity 5 or 6 times in that game to get back in it. And that was purely they didn't have the difference makers to make a big play. Now, I think they'll have difference makers to make big plays more this year, but that's what it was last year. In a lot of games, they just didn't have that. And Indiana game's a perfect example. That game ended up being horrible because he chose to play it that way. He could have chose to play it Bill Callahan 2005 or whatever, 6. He could have chosen, but he didn't. He decided, you know what? We're going to go balls out. We're going to do whatever we can. Well, that's how you get blown out. That's how you get 7-10 against Texas Tech. But when you look at this team, and I agree with you completely about late game decisions, time management, all that stuff. There's been a lot of coaches, Kurt Ferentz being one of them, that was horrible at that for a long time. And they did get it fixed by bringing the right people in. So I always have confidence that a coach can kind of fix that a little bit. But in terms of play, if they don't have difference makers on this team, out of the guys they have on the roster right now, same kind of thing's going to happen last year.
Well, speaking of that, Michael, so we got a text last segment from Doc. And he said, would you say the current starting quarterback is better than Adrian Martinez at this point? And I think he meant at this point in his career, going into year 2. I have found your Dylan Raiola discussions very interesting over the last, 12 months now. What do you think? I mean, certainly I think going into year 2 of Adrian, we felt a lot better about him than we do right now with Dylan Raiola. How do you break down those quarterbacks?
And you remember Dylan put on too much weight. I mean, excuse me, that
Adrian
put on too much weight. Thought they were going to have him run more.
Yep.
So he put more
weight
weight
on.
He was
slower.
That obviously hurt him a lot. In terms of being a guy who hits open receivers, I probably would still give the advantage to Adrian, even though he wasn't great at it. I am often disappointed with how many times Dylan Raiola misses a guy.
Yeah.
The crossing routes are one thing, but the deep routes, I don't understand. There's a reason why Jalen Lloyd's not here anymore. And it's because you could look back at about 7 or 8 routes where he's just running open and the ball doesn't come to him or it's underthrown or whatever else. The potential, though, for Dylan Raiola is just better than Adrian because he's a more natural thrower of the football. I think he's a better processor than Adrian was. And he's got a better offensive coordinator. He's got a guy who knows how to develop quarterbacks and get the most out of them and get the most out of the guys around him. He's going to get the most out of the ex-receiver. He's going to get the most out of tight ends. He's going to get the most out of the running backs catching the ball. That's what Holgerson will do.
Yeah.
What Mike Leach did is what everybody out of that system does. And so I think they'll be better off. But I would probably take Adrian. If you're going to give me a blank slate, would Adrian come off his freshman year? I probably would take Adrian.
Yeah.
I definitely would take the other guy, the other Martinez. I definitely would have taken
Taylor.
There's no doubt in my mind. Coming off of 2010, oh my God.
Yeah, because especially he was getting healthy, right?
I thought that dude was going to be incredible.
Was 2011 or 2012 the year where he just started, or was it 2013? The year he just starts off where he's like 80% completion percentage. He just ripped off like 3 or 4 games right at the start.
Well, 13 is when he gets hurt in UCLA at halftime or whatever happened in that game.
Maybe it was a lead up to that where he had really
his completion percentage took a huge jump.
Yeah. Well, what they did with him is they did that thing where they did the GoPro. Remember in the practice?
The
GoPro to see what he was seeing and kind of tell him more about it. And they're doing that now.
I didn't realize teams were doing that back then.
They were one of the first teams I've ever saw do it. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
And it worked. I mean, early on.
The interesting thing with the Dylan Raiola deep ball discussion is if you go talk to the evaluators that rated him out of high school, the thing they loved the most about him was that he had incredibly accurate deep ball.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what it was last year that just caught, and it wasn't like it was on any, he was just missing.
But not just accuracy, not letting it go.
Well,
he just, even if the guy's wide open, you don't throw it, you're going to mark that down as a miss. He did that more than he did miss guys.
Yeah.
But even when he did let him go, like, I mean, he was missing.
Yeah, he was
and there was a few where guys didn't make plays on 50-50 balls, but not as many as where he was just missing. I wonder if some of that was just the game flow was so fast for him going from high school to college where he couldn't adjust to that.
But he started off doing it well.
Yeah.
He got injured. We know he got injured.
That's usually what happens.
He got injured. He got injured.
Adrian wasn't the same in part because his body physically wasn't the same. And Dylan wasn't the same because his body wasn't the same.
Right.
I think in both cases it was an ankle. The first initial injury.
You throw with your legs.
You
throw with your legs.
Like an ankle sticks around for
No,
it's not when a guy has an ankle sprain, and usually if it's a high ankle sprain, like that's a month, sometimes 2 months.
Unless you're
sometimes
Patrick Mahomes.
Well,
you just play the next week.
The horse tranquilizer in Kansas City is
a little different.
It must be pretty good. It must
different.
be pretty good. Yeah.
Michael Severe joining us. What was most interesting to you about the Shedeur Sanders slide, if you will, all the way down to the 5th round?
So I early on got the bet when it was over 15.5. Right, when it was 15.5. That's early when it came on. And that's when they were still talking about being the 3rd overall pick or whatever. And about 6 weeks ago, I made the bet Steelers plus 700 because I really thought that there was no place. So I think there's 3 things about that guy.
Yeah.
One, whoever made the decision to not work out at all at the combine and to have a pro day that was less about a pro day and more about a party and not to go to the Senior Bowl and prove everybody wrong about the questions they had, they just let him down. If he goes to the combine and he throws, he's a 2nd round pick. Almost everybody who I trust had him about between 30 and 36 in terms of being ranking. I think he's a 2nd round pick if he goes. Not going, not telling people, hey, I'm willing to do what you asked me, not taking meetings seriously. There's nothing. Think about when your parents, when you get in trouble and you act like it's no big deal, it's worse, right?
Yeah.
That's the way he was supposedly, and everybody who reported, that's how he was in meetings. They'd ask him something about a mistake he made. He's like, no big deal. I'm Shedeur Sanders. I'll be fine. So that combined with he does have question marks. He doesn't have the strongest arm.
Yeah.
He's an okay athlete. He's not a great athlete. Takes way too many sacks. He drifts too much. But every single quarterback in this draft had major question marks.
Yeah.
The amount of turnover-worthy plays that Cam Ward had throughout his career, everybody had him. The third part is why he was still there after all of that was there weren't a lot of teams that needed quarterbacks, and the only quarterbacks that did true work on him would have probably been 5 teams, right? The first 3, probably the Saints and probably Pittsburgh. That's it. So once you get out of that and they have a quarterback, the Saints did in the 2nd round with Tyler Shuck, or you get to the point where the other teams are like, well, we didn't do any work on him. We don't know what he is. We're not going to draft him. So that's why he fell as far as he did. But the number one thing is that his people around him let him down.
Did they have bad intel?
No, I think I don't know. There were a lot of people, even people who have questions about him, that still thought he was a 1st round pick. So I don't know. If you're a 1st round pick and you're not a top 5 pick, you've got to go throw. You've got to. You just got to go show them. Deion used to say this all. It's funny because Deion's kid. He used to cover when he did the combine. He would always say, "Dude, you run. Just go run. That's what you do. You run.
Yeah.
You're a quarterback. You throw. Just go throw. Just go throw."
I don't understand what guys are passing on.
You know how many throws they make in actual situations where you have a wide receiver you don't know? It's less than 20. I watch the combine every year. It's usually 4 or 5 guys that are rotating in. You're making a couple throws and you're out. 2 throws at a time. It's less than 20 meaningful throws.
Yeah.
Why aren't you out there? You have to prove to people that you're willing to go along to get along. And his people didn't believe he needed to do that.
Wow.
It's not that hard of a thing to figure out. Now, on the other hand, the 5th round, Dylan Gabriel is this tall.
I know.
Yeah. He is this tall. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
So for me, it was like the Jalen Milroe pick. I was like, at that point, it should have been Shedeur Sanders for me.
Right.
And I would have taken Sanders before that.
Yeah.
I think that he's better than most of the quarterbacks in that class.
Right. Yeah.
But
he's 3rd. I think he's 3rd at the lowest, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I like Tyler Shuck, and I'm glad the Saints took him. I didn't want Jackson Dart, but
I like Sanders more than Jackson Dart.
Yeah, me too.
I like Sanders more than Cam Ward.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not a Cam Ward guy.
Yeah.
If I was a Titans, there's no way in hell I'm taking Cam Ward number 1.
Yeah.
I'm taking Carter, and I'm getting a pass
Yeah,
rusher.
I'm with you. I'm with you on taking the best player
Or I'm
available.
taking Travis Hunter.
Completely understand that.
Like
Abdul Carter.
Third would be quarterback in that
yeah.
scenario.
I get it. Only the thing I like about him is that every level he was at, he got better. So obviously he's coachable.
That's a great point.
The dude does not want to leave the film room.
Yeah.
They talk about how hard of a worker he is. Mario Cristobal won't stop talking about what kind of dog and leader he is. So I just have a feeling that when you have a guy like that that's willing to work that hard, and the fact that he does have a really big arm and he can make some throws and he's a good athlete.
Seems to have a short memory too.
Oh, he had to. He threw so many. He threw so many close picks throughout his career.
I heard somebody describe him last week.
He
it was
does
like
stupid stuff.
Yes, it's like he's like Josh Allen, where it's like he throws a normal amount of interceptions. It's just when he turns it over, it is such a catastrophe that you're like, what on earth are you doing out there?
You know who he is? He's Favre. Favre would make about 4 throws every game when you'd go, that's just Favre. Same thing with Cam Ward. That's just Cam Ward. That's what he does, what he is,
Where would you have put him up against the quarterbacks from the 2024?
From last year?
Yeah.
He probably would have been, I probably would have had him over Bo Nix because I didn't have a whole lot of confidence in Bo Nix.
What was he? He was 6, right?
Yes, until Bo Nix went to Sean Payton. All the way up, we do this little draft, Zoom with a bunch of friends of mine. All the way up to that point, I was like, I would never take Bo Nix. And then as soon as Sean Payton, I was like, well, I'll take Bo Nix now. You're going to give me a guy who's going to get guys open, who's going to teach a quarterback, who's going to give me him now. So I probably would put him ahead of Bo Nix in my mind because I didn't have Bo Nix as a first rounder last year.
Yeah.
So,
because who was so
last year? I mean, obviously Caleb Williams. You're taking Caleb Williams,
and then it was Daniels next, right? And
Daniels
then
are taking over, and obviously we have the hindsight of what they did in the NFL. Drake May, I'm taking over Cam Ward. Michael Penix, I'm taking over Cam Ward.
Because he was 4. And who was the 5th?
5th is McCarthy, and this is where it gets interesting. I didn't want J.J. McCarthy. I didn't want Bo Nix either.
Yeah.
I would have happily taken any of the first 4.
Yeah.
And that's where it's kind of like, I don't know how I actually feel
Penix has 6 times as many question marks as Shedeur Sanders. 6, whether it's injuries, whether it's being a left-handed quarterback. There's a lot of issues being a left-handed quarterback in this league. The fact that he also, at times,
would you describe him as
have a strong
fun?
arm? Huh?
He's very fun.
Would you describe Michael Penix as fun?
As fun?
Is he a fun quarterback?
I don't know. I would call him fun.
I called him a fun quarterback. He's fun.
I don't think him as being fun. I want him.
That was from earlier in the show.
Okay. I want him to fail as miserably as possible, only because he's a Falcons quarterback.
Sure. Yeah.
But if you looked at all the question marks before that draft, and you compared it to all of the things that Shedeur did, there's no way he goes after Michael Penix. No way.
I would rather, and this is where it's tough, I would rather have quarterback Shedeur Sanders than J.J. McCarthy. I don't want the Shedeur Sanders off the field, all of that aspect.
And how much of that's going to really happen? I mean, he's not.
You're talking about
Deion understands the NFL. He's not going to be getting all that stuff.
Right. I understand that Deion knows the NFL as a business, but he's not. He can't be his son. His son has to be the one that has to.
Everybody says his son, like as a good person, is a really good person. Like the money he's donated, basic people on the street who talk to him, cab driver, everybody's talking about how good of a person he is. But yes, he's very cocky, which is about 98% of every quarterback I've ever met thinks he's better than another guy.
Yeah. Almost every guy in the NFL is like that too.
And that allows him to make the throws that he can make. Like it's not his physical ability. I think he has a mind that can create something and see it and make it happen.
Yeah.
Even though physically his body can't do quite as much as maybe somebody else. I mean, some of the throws he made, and it's Big 12, but
yeah.
I mean, I think Shedeur Sanders can absolutely play. I just don't like the rest.
Well, I think he'll be starting this year. I think he's going to start this year. I don't believe in Kenny Pickett. I mean, who does really?
And Watson's out.
And we know Watson's out for the season.
Dylan Gabriel.
How many times did they show the what the Browns had done in the offseason for their core? Like it's like every time they were 5 picks away.
Yeah,
we were getting that graphic coming up on.
I could see him starting. I think they. I heard this line from someone. I love it when they talk about it. It's like the Batman movie, right, where the Joker breaks the pool cue, he throws it on the ground. That's basically what they got to do. You know, you guys fight this out. Joe Flacco is there if we need him. He's an open can in case of emergency. But you guys fight it out. It's Pickett and it's Gabriel, who's this tall, and it's Shedeur Sanders, and they're going to fight it out.
Yeah.
And I think, based off of what I know about Shedeur, he's going to end up starting at some point this season.
He's got Stefanski's a good coach for him.
Yeah, great coach for him.
He will
Great
put together a plan that maximizes what he does well.
Exactly. That's
Stefanski was a great landing spot for whoever the Browns took in this draft as far as quarterbacks, because he will how you feel about Peyton,
Mhm.
like watching Kevin Stefanski as the OC for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
This is the best he ever, like, as good as he was for Kevin O'Connell in 2022.
Mhm.
It was 2019 under Stefanski with the play action.
Right.
Kirk Cousins was just precise as he's ever been. I mean, he just removed a lot of the stuff that he was bad at.
Yeah.
Just took it out of the offense.
Yeah, there's nothing like playing for Shanahan or playing. Even Brian Dable can make a quarterback look better. Even a bad quarterback look better than he is.
Daniel Jones was good that one year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys that can do that for you. And then there's the systems like Pittsburgh where you're going to win games, not necessarily because you play well. They're going to run the ball. They're going to play good defense. They're going to kick field goals to win games. They're going to win games.
They're going to have wide receivers that are way more talented than their numbers will ever end up.
I heard Sip say something like, well, look at Pickett's last 20 games. He's like 17-3. I'm like, yeah, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
He's back on the win stat. Come on,
I'm like,
Sip.
come on, man. Everybody wins it. Duck Dodges or whatever that duck name was. He
Duck
won
Hodges.
games. Yeah, he won games.
Duck Hodges. Oh, one more before I let you go. Any takes on the Cowboys draft?
I thought it was great.
All the Cowboys people are like, they did a really good job.
The first one was just mystifying for me because I actually had him going 30.
Awesome.
And so when I was like, oh, he went at 12. But he's really good and he fits in what they want to do. Here's the question mark. And I know there's a couple different people that did this. True guards going that early, not a lot of success.
Oh.
True guards. Now, you got a lot of guys who played tackle get moved to guard who have amazing careers.
And he is a true guard.
Yeah, he's a true guard. Didn't play any tackle in college, so that's a little scary. But he's a beast. I always joke about
he's a really good guy too.
He's Booker T. He's T Book. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it was all great value.
Ezra was awesome.
Every time someone dropped, and usually it was because of injury or something like that, you guys went in there and probably got him maybe a round and a half later. So I thought it was great. I thought the Cowboys had a great draft.
Yeah.
I thought Cleveland, despite all the quarterback stuff, I thought other picks were really good.
Uh-huh.
Hell, I thought Carolina had a great draft. Pittsburgh always, I think, does a great job with just letting
you got to be
people come in.
excited that the Falcons just completely destroyed their draft capital to get a guy that they could have gotten in the second round.
That makes me so happy. It's funny. They were going to take him at 15, right? And then they get lucky because Walker falls to him.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, great. You know who we don't forget about? Remember that guy who's kind of a one-trick pony who you want to do a good investigation? Look for guys who are long, athletic, good production, but slim. And look how many translate that into being good in the NFL. See, the college is funny. The guys who are usually the best don't put a lot of production up in college, and then they do in the league. And then the guys who have a whole bunch of production come in the league and they don't. Because it's built for those guys. It's built for the tall, linear, bendy guys. Those bendy guys many times don't work out. And that's who I think he is, but I'm glad they gave away their first round pick.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Every time they do something stupid, I'm like, great. Nice job, Falcons.
When they announced like what they gave up, and then it was to take another pass rusher and someone that, again, like a nice player or potentially
and he had nice
a nice
numbers
player,
in college,
but it felt like easily could have traded up early in day 2 and not give up as much draft capital, and he still would have been there.
Yeah.
I don't know who they were worried was going to take him. At the end of the
I'm
first.
sure based off of the numbers and what they saw and his production, they said somebody was going to take him.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I to trade a first round pick, the value that is, I would never do that. And now
to get another pass rusher, and I get the Falcons.
You got the worst pass rush in the last decade.
Right.
Nobody's had fewer sacks in the last decade. In this draft was filled with great interior defensive linemen and lots of question marks on the outside. Even Abdul Carter has got the fracture, the whatever you want to call it. He has that.
Mm-hmm.
All the way through, everybody you pick has got something as a question mark. Even Mikael Williams, who I love, who I wanted the Saints to take badly. Not to mention the plus 900 I had on that pick. Damn, I felt so good about that. Anyway, yes. So even him still question marks, because he didn't have a ton of protection in college because he didn't have this. But I think he's gonna be a great NFL player. I don't know. It was one of those drafts where in about 5 years, the only thing you'll probably remember is that trade, is the Cleveland-Jacksonville trade, because everything else was kind of not.
How do you feel about that?
If you think that guy is a transformative player in the history of the league, I completely understand it. But never is that move made. It's not a quarterback.
Yeah.
The Saints were the first team to trade 2 picks in the first round for somebody that wasn't a quarterback. They did that for Marcus Davenport. You know how that worked out. That doesn't happen. You just don't do that. You don't. But I think I believe in Travis Hunter. I think Travis Hunter's going to be great. All those people out there that hated the fact that he won the Heisman and he's going to be a bust, I think he's going to be a great player.
Mm-hmm.
I think he loves the game too much.
I just didn't want him in Jacksonville. I did not.
It's such a boring place.
I do not want anyone interesting in Jacksonville.
What about London? Are you cool with him being in London?
Honestly, maybe.
Hey, at least he'll make the 8:30 a.m. games more interesting.
No,
that sounds better. I like the idea.
They're going to be better
in
this
Cleveland.
Year. They're going to be. I would. I don't know what their number is. I'd bet them preseason. I don't know what the number is.
Jacksonville?
I bet they're over. I like that.
Well,
I bet
they
they're
were
over.
atrocious last year.
I know. And they had a lot of games where they led in the third quarter and they blew games and they just whatever. But I think that's a team that's got a lot of talent all over the place.
7.5.
7.5. I'd bet the over on that. Yeah. I would. I bet the over.
Who did they hire again as their head coach?
What's his name from Liam Cohen?
Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
Duval.
Yeah, dude, he did do that very well.
No,
but I'll
he
tell
did
you
not.
one thing. Have you had a chance to listen to their general manager? Did you listen to him explain why he took Travis Hunter?
No.
So Hunter's sitting here. You got coach, you got the general manager.
Then the new one, right? Because they fired their other guy like
the kid,
halfway
the
through
33-year-old kid or whatever it is. And he explained why. Look, you got to listen to it.
Yeah,
I can't
like. Is it
I
for
can't
good or
explain
bad?
it to you. It's amazing.
Okay.
It is so. I'm a millennial, and here is what I think.
Oh,
and it is. I'm like
one
okay.
of us.
I'm like
one
okay,
of us.
fine. After he gave that speech, I think some people would be like, oh, whatever. But for me, I was fired up.
Okay.
I was like, yes, I completely agree with you. If you have the ability to take someone who is completely unique and transformative, don't pass up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it. And that's what he says, basically. Better. He says it much better than I do.
Yeah.
But it's great. Find it. Cut it up.
Oh, all right.
Do it, Joey.
Yeah,
Get
maybe
it done.
we'll do that for tomorrow, Joey.
Get it done,
we can
Joey.
Play
You
that
got
on the
time.
show
Get it
tomorrow.
done, Joey.
Yeah. Awesome. He is Michael Severi. Is the executive director of the Jet Award Foundation,
For
and he
today,
brought
at
us.
least, yeah.
He brought us cake. Michael, as always, this was great. All right. Goodbye to Michael. More to come. Happy Hour rolls on next on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, hanging out with you on this Monday. We've had Joey in the building, giving us NFL schedule prediction takes and all sorts of things. Joey will be back tomorrow and Wednesday. John will be back on Wednesday, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Yes,
see what happens tomorrow.
Beautiful mystery.
This week's Zone Deal is to Ellsworth Crossing. At Ellsworth Crossing Market, they source the finest organic meats, cheese, dairy, and goods from local farmers. You can listen all week long, Shafe, on the Connor Happer Show to win $50 in vouchers to Ellsworth Crossing, or Friday morning at 9 a.m. You can get $50 in gift vouchers for just $25 at 1620thezone.com. All right, so we've talked a lot of draft today. I don't think we've talked as much Shedeur as maybe those who were worried that we would.
With Michael, it was probably the most Shedeur that we had discussed.
Yeah, so shout out to us for being
doing great,
for doing good people or being good people in that regard. There's a couple other things that now probably just gonna have to save them for tomorrow. When you're gone for a week, I don't know how you kind of approach your job. If you try to just totally unplug, don't you?
Generally, yeah.
And that's what I did last week. But occasionally I would scroll through Twitter and I would see like a story. And so I stumbled upon a couple of NIL, rev share related things because we're still kind of, right? Nothing's happened. In that regard.
That's the problem.
I'm stunned. First of all, remember it was 3 weeks ago that the national championship game was played in men's basketball. And that was the date that everyone had been looking forward to.
April 7th.
Saying, hey, everything's going to change. And then by the time we got to the date, it was like, pump the brakes. Not everything is going to change just yet. But now we're still in a bit of a holding pattern. It seems like it's mainly associated with the roster limits and the cut down and what's going to happen there. But I stumbled upon a couple of stories. One with a college hoops tinge from Matt Norlander of CBS Sports.
Ooh.
The other college football, also from CBS Sports. This was from John Talty. The titles alone were what drew me in. I read both of them this morning. John Talty, the race to keep up with $40 million rosters is shaking college football. Meanwhile, Norlander's was the $10 million club. College basketball's portal recruiting hits unthinkable levels of financial chaos. And we don't have time to go through all of it today, but there was one part in there about how a few years ago, a player left Kansas State, signs a $400,000 a year deal in Miami. At that point, it was like the biggest one, and everyone was like, wow, this is crazy. He wrote, here's what $400,000 will get you for one season in 2025. A mid-major guy who averaged fewer than 10 points on a non-NCAA tournament team. This isn't hypothetical. That very thing has already happened multiple times in recent weeks. And so I don't know. I always find discussing this interesting because some people I think are really interested in this stuff and they are like, wow, tell me more. I want to know all the machinations. There are others who just seem complete. It's not even turned off by the idea of players making money, but they're just like almost bored by this as like why should I care about roster rev share and NIL? Like, can't I just, pay attention to the games? But yet this is kind of the world that we're still in as we're awaiting whatever the hell's going to happen next.
Yeah. And I'm definitely more closer to the second.
I was going to say
than the first, in large part because I have never watched sports, professional, college, high school, if you will, too, where when someone is doing something, I'm thinking about how much money they make. Like that's never been how I have ever watched sports.
Yeah.
It's never been a part of it, other than if it's a really sarcastic thing where someone is on your team and they're paid amount of money and they're just bad. And it's like, oh, look, our $12 million first baseman is up and he's for his last 27.
Yeah.
Which may or may not be Carlos Santana right now, but that's not the point. I just don't care in the way that other people seem to about this. But what I do find sort of interesting is like, how does Nebraska live in this world with college basketball? I mean, think about what you said with $400,000.
Yeah.
That's, if I believe the information that I've been told, that's what Bryce Williams took as a discount to play at Nebraska and be an all Big Ten first team player.
Wow. So they got him on a bargain.
Massive bargain because Nebraska doesn't have NIL money for basketball.
No, they don't.
So
and they're probably going to have rev share money for basketball either.
People want to run Fred Hoiberg out of town, and it's like, well, he makes too much money, and they can find somebody that can do the same thing. Okay, sure, maybe they can find a coach that can do better. Are they going to find the pockets that are going to pay for the players?
Probably not.
Because that's I don't know how Nebraska gets over the hump basketball wise being one of the poorest NIL operations in the entire conference.
Mm-hmm.
You see things like Minnesota and Iowa had, I think, largely released how much they were going to, of their rev share would go towards basketball. And it was a really small sliver because they know that they are probably not going to be as competitive in that. And then you have a place like Nebraska where the expectation is you have to be competitive in everything. Like that's just how.
But I don't know how they're going to be able to.
I don't know how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And then you have,
which then puts more pressure on 1890.
Your big in-state rival is a place that doesn't have a football program, and they've had as good of an off season as you could have ever dreamed.
Correct.
I mean, and far be it for me to ever offer compliments to Creighton, but I mean, what they have managed to do, going from guys like Kalkbrenner and others that have been here and kind of help propel Creighton to the next stratosphere, to now all of a sudden they have a roster that it just feels like they're going to be a top 10 when this whole thing starts.
Yeah.
It's not going to seem weird.
Yeah.
Because they have legitimate great players that weren't here the year before, but you trust in McDermott and his ability to kind of pull this all together. They're sort of the future of what college basketball looks like.
Yeah.
Not down the road at Nebraska.
Does this, like a story like this, or just the current era of college sports, does it make you happy that you are not like a dyed-in-the-wool college sports fan anymore? Like that you are not just, you know, I don't want to say a regular person, but you know what I mean, right? Where you're just going to Memorial Stadium on Saturdays and you're just rooting for the team. Because would it feel more distressing if you weren't like how you get to be? And that's kind of pull yourself back a little bit, 30,000 feet view of the entire operation, the entire situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Because like I'm not to like step on your toes, but I always think about these stories of how like I view it from my job standpoint versus if I'm a fan listening. You know, am I like, yeah, but Josh, I don't care about any, I just want the team to be good.
Right.
You know, and like, does this stuff help the ability of Nebraska football in a positive or does it hurt them? You know, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. And
I don't know that it's an answerable question because it's just going to be each individual, how you sort of stomach where we're headed.
I would say it's been a net negative for hoops.
What has occurred over the last few years has made me appreciate that I got to live, and we've talked about this in a different sort of way. I appreciate that I was born when I was born because I've gotten to watch so many different iterations of college athletics.
Yeah.
Like specifically college football in first 11 years was the bowl system, you know.
The old school bowl system.
Of that 11, like 4 or 5 of them are what I actually have memories of.
You had the old bowl lines.
You know, you have that, and then
BCS.
all of the BCS, and then the first iteration of the college football playoff, and now this new iteration,
and whatever is it going to be next.
And I appreciate that I have the ability to sort of understand how we got to where we are.
Yeah,
I could not imagine being like 10 right now and getting into college sports and just being like, well, I just want to watch my team play on Saturday. And
which is what you and I got to do growing up.
Growing up, when I wanted to watch Cleveland play or Minnesota play, it had to just work out perfectly that it was going to be on my TV. And then if I wanted to hear discussion about them, I either had to find the right spot on the internet at that time, or I had to catch NFL Primetime or Baseball Tonight or whatever it was. And so I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about how the team was compiled and the finances and all of it. And you just got to love the players that were on your team and you got excited about it. And they were there for a long period of time.
Yeah.
That's not really what's going to happen. Like, I wonder what it'd be like to be a 10-year-old who's getting into college football right now in this era where you might get to see a player on your team this year, but you don't get to see him next year because of the transfer portal. You have to like learn about what rev share means at like 11 years old to sort of understand where this sport is headed. It just doesn't feel fan friendly. It doesn't.
Well, I mean, isn't that a topic in and of itself? Are college sports fan friendly anymore? Because
I don't think they are.
Very much make the argument.
The last vestige that's keeping it fan friendly is the love that you might have
for the university,
or the place, and then you have something like Kentucky, which is made an LLC for its athletic department, which is the future of where this is all heading. When effectively the LLCs are going to be the programs. And they're just going to pay for the naming rights from the university.
Correct.
And you could be cynical and say that's what it's always been. I would push back.
But then it's legally going to be that way.
This is the direction it's legally headed.
Yeah, it's going to be that way on paper.
And man, I don't want to be like a
doomsdayer because I still think the product is good. Like that's the thing.
You still like your
when I got to
Saturdays.
watch the college football playoff and I didn't have to think about, oh, well, I wonder what Drew Aller would get on the open market if he decided to leave Penn State today to go somewhere else. I bet he'd be a $7 million quarterback.
Well, is that where we just say it's April 28th and this is what always happens on April 28th?
That's what I used to say.
But you don't.
At some point, you start to realize that the calendar works against you. I mean, you only get 3 months of the actual 4, I guess, with how drawn out it all is.
Yeah. But 3 months regular season, week in, week out stuff.
You know, the rest of it, we put ourselves in this position in the jobs that we have because we choose to talk about this. We choose to follow it. And it's also part of our job, you know, to provide information or analysis or whatever else. But man, there are times where I would think if I didn't have the job that I have now, how much would I even pay attention to college football until we got closer to August or August 27th when the game or 8th, whatever it is, when that first, because there's times with the NFL where after the draft, I can just kind of check out all the way until training camp starts. And even then it's like, do I really care who the 53rd person is on the Vikings roster? Not really. I'm still going to yell about 22 specifically. So it's just, it's a weird, I don't know. I worry that people are going to have a tough time falling in love with this sport in the same way that we were able to because of when it worked out for us. And there's people younger than us that have that. And there's certainly people older than us that have that. But if you were 10 right now, I just don't know what the appeal of college football would be.
I would say this.
And I get it in this state specifically because that team hasn't been very good.
Yeah, they suck. I would say this. So before we go to break, is this just always what happens where you get older and the sport changes and you're like, wow, that's way different than when I was a kid.
It feels different.
But does a 10-year-old? The 10-year-old doesn't know any different. So, and they're like, this is what college football is.
And maybe that's what it is.
So they probably
and maybe
like
they will grow up loving the transfer portal era and everything else.
Yeah.
And
then
I
it'll
don't
change
talk down to that.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither.
Because there's lots of different ways to be a fan, but man, it just doesn't. It feels like the sport is leaving me behind. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that.
That's kind of how I feel.
Man, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. All right, when we return, it is time for some content. Coming up in content today, Bill Belichick. He was on television this weekend. Have you seen this?
I haven't. I've seen jokes about it, but I don't know. I don't know the reference.
Awesome. Cool. We'll talk about that. We can talk about kickoff times and
kickoff times.
Always love
all
kickoff
11 a.m.
times.
kicks for Nebraska.
Dare to dream, Schaefer. Dare to dream.
I do dream.
Movie tickets went on sale today. Have you bought yours? All that and more when we return. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Don't mind me just off the air imploring Mike Schaefer to watch Andor as season 2 rolls on. We get 2 more episodes tomorrow. Only the best property that Star Wars has ever put out there.
Wow.
I highly recommend it. I also highly recommend Joey and all of the great things that he does for the station. One of them being reading questions right now in Unsportsmanlike content. Joey,
and we react to them?
And we react to them.
Wow.
Schaefer, we have to answer them.
I read stuff and you have to respond.
Indeed.
Indeed it was. Folks, this is old news, and we probably discussed it last week, but Josh was gone, so go with it. The Rose Bowl is moving up its kickoff time an hour. We know you, too, have some takes on this.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Wasn't aware of it.
All right, so next year, rather than kick off at 4 o'clock our time, it will kick off at 3 o'clock our time. The sunset now is going to happen like at the end of the game, Shafe, instead of in the.
That's okay.
This is excellent news. You know why it's excellent news? Because the Sugar Bowl has been starting way too late. This last year, obviously, aside.
It's annoying.
And I'm very sleepy by the end of that night. I stay up way too late the night before. I have to stay up way too late watching playoff games. This is excellent news.
Yeah, look, I support it.
Inarguable.
I support it entirely. I think anything that makes the Rose Bowl just slightly have to deviate from its entrenched self.
We love it. And it sounds like it's going to be like this forever now.
Good.
We're fans.
Soon we'll get it to that coveted 11 a.m. kick. Central time.
Guys, I'm sure Jordan does not want us to discuss this, but got any takes on the latest Bill Belichick stuff?
So you don't know about this at all. Okay, so Bill Belichick was on CBS Sunday morning. It's too bad that we didn't talk about this with Michael because
big CBS Sunday morning.
It's his favorite show.
Yeah.
If he's listening right now, he knows what's going on. So Bill Belichick did a long sit down with Tony Dockapil. Maybe is that what's pronounced?
Ask around the water cooler.
We will do that. I imagine you have read a little bit about what's going on with his girlfriend and how Jordan Hudson has been very involved with all the machinations in North Carolina. Do you know about this?
No, nothing.
She's copied on all the emails in the athletic department. She's like running things. Well, at one point they asked Belichick about their relationship and when it began or how they met, I think is the question. Yeah. And she interjected off the camera and said, "We're not talking about this." And then Bill Belichick was like, "All right, I guess we're just not talking about it." Very strange. I have been very anti-Belichick, North Carolina having success. Honestly, man, seeing stuff like this in the last few weeks makes me feel even better. I think they're going to stink.
So we have no idea what role she actually has within the organization?
What would you say she is, Joey? I mean, she has a lot of power, it seems, you know?
It seems that way.
Yeah.
My feelings towards how this was going to go took a real nosedive when Michael Lombardi was announced as part of any of it.
Excellent take.
Once he was involved, I just assumed it wasn't going to go well.
Not a bad idea.
But hey, if they need someone to give really bad nicknames, and he's probably your guy.
Speaking of Belichick, his former team is, of course, New England. They had the final pick of the draft, Mr. Irrelevant, and picked Kobe Minor out of Memphis, which led to this tweet. Oops.
Do you see the tweet, Shafe? We have it on the screen right now. You know the popular song that has been making waves for about a year where Kendrick Lamar said, "A minor."
49er?
No, he was talking. Do you know the story of that song?
No.
You don't know? Wow.
Why would I know anything about Kendrick Lamar?
You don't know about the stuff with Drake? How
I know there's some sort of beef that I don't care about.
He was alleging he was a pedophile.
Yeah.
And so they're tweeting and they're saying a minor, little awkward.
So lots of social media teams got into trouble over the weekend.
Oh. Yes, they did.
Creighton added another player to its roster over the weekend with MEAC Player of the Year Blake Harper joining the ranks from Howard. It was already one of their best portal classes in the country. What does this mean for the Jays?
We talked about this a few minutes ago.
They're going to have an absolutely loaded roster, and they're taking advantage of the fact that they don't have a football program that they have to share NIL with, and they should be very good.
Yeah.
They should be very good.
I think what you said about them being perhaps a top 10 team at the start, you're probably onto something there. I think the expectations are going to be through the roof. And I like the push to send Greg McDermott out with more success than he has ever had at Creighton, I think is very much like in the cards right now with what they're doing. I would love to know, we talked in the previous segment about the roster spending. The reports are that, a handful of teams are in this $10 million range. I'd love to know where Creighton is at, because it seems like, just know what I know about some of the deals, that they're edging closer to that number with every addition that they make. And so,
well, and I think they've gotten creative where they've had deferred money. They've done different things with players to kind of keep them around or to have them come back. So I think they've done a nice job being creative. And again, like, they have a big advantage and they have utilized it. And I'm very curious if we see more Big East teams have success because they don't have the football aspect that they have to worry about.
Yeah, that moving forward is going to be just endlessly interesting to know that you don't have a football roster to pay, but you also don't have the football money coming in. And so the push and pull of that over the next decade and who actually benefits the most is going to be pretty fun to follow.
Guys, exciting news in the NFL. I'm excited for this. Pending D.C. City Council approval, the Washington Commanders will return home to Washington, D.C. at the site of their old RFK Stadium. Surprise?
RFK is the worst stadium I've ever been in for a baseball game. And I've been to the Oakland Coliseum.
How long did that stadium last?
And I've been to the Metrodome.
Oh, when the Nats?
Yeah. So I went
I forgot that they played there.
2008.
Wow.
Right around there.
It looked like a dump on TV.
Yes.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It was, like I said, I've been to the Metrodome. I've been to the Oakland Coliseum. So I feel like I have a good gauge of bad baseball viewing experiences. RFK, the worst.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, it's cool that it would be back into DC proper and all of that.
You think they'll call it RFK? How does that name land these days? How do those initials land these days?
Not touching that.
Not touching that.
Nope.
Congratulations to Washington, D.C. sports fans.
Guys, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The ending to the Rangers-Giants game was something yesterday.
Ramos is 1 for 2. Taps this one to third. And he sails it down the right field line. Ramos is on the move. And he is going to stop. No, now he's going to go to third. Here's the throw. It gets by him. Here comes Ramos. This game is over.
Wow. Does that remind you of playing Little League baseball?
Definitely does. No, you said you don't count this as a home run.
Well, yeah,
they call it
like a Little League home
Little
run.
League home run, yeah. Bad memories returned when I saw that.
You could call it, I think you have to call it just a straight, I don't even know that it would have been a base hit with an error. I think it's just a straight error.
Yeah.
So, and then there was, I think, 2 on the play, which is kind of remarkable that he scored on just 2. Like, usually there's like a third throw in there that causes all
That's
of
a
this
good
to
point,
happen.
yeah.
The guy who really biffed all of this, right field needs to be coming down just a little bit. Like, you're just, even if you're just going through the motions, clearly was just standing flat-footed.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely a lot of room in that park.
Should they have even tried to throw it to third, or should it have just stopped after the first throw?
Should have just drew it in to someone.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, like, Ramos isn't even running. Like, he's just going to second. He's going to be done. And then he decides, all right, I'm going to go take third. I don't even think they had a play at him at third, even on a good throw. So it was just a bad decision all the way around.
Yeah.
Tough way to lose.
All right, guys, to wrap things up, Mission Impossible tickets went on sale today. Already buy yours?
No. Never seen a Mission
This
Impossible.
is crazy to me.
I have no interest in Tom Cruise movies generally.
So did you watch the most recent Top Gun?
No, I haven't watched it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Shafe, it's available on the Paramount Plus app, which I know you have access to.
We received company-wide emails.
I wish we would have watched it when I was at your house in January. I mean,
Well,
Tropic Thunder was
made a good decision.
We made a great decision.
I would, and that had Tom Cruise in it, so we still got some Tom Cruise.
We did have a little Tom Cruise. Yes, by the way, we bought ours. I'm going opening Thursday.
So you've seen all the Mission Impossible?
I don't think I have. So I'm going to make sure.
Why are you so excited about it?
Because the last one was awesome.
Because it's just like there's some hype to it. So
no, the last one was great. Like,
but why did you go to the last one if you hadn't watched the previous?
We did it for Movie Club.
Okay.
I think I've missed one. I think I've only missed one. No, I think I missed the fourth one. But
okay,
I'm gonna.
Are we on to? Okay,
this is 8.
I've missed a lot of them.
This is either 7 or 8.
I don't understand how this series, are there that many good iterations of Mission Impossible movies?
You can't say that when you haven't seen any of them.
Well, no, but I'm just questioning. No one ever talks
1,
about
2,
these.
3, 4, 5, 6.
It's a.
This is 8.
Philip Seymour Hoffman was a really good villain. This is what I'll tell you everything I have heard about Mission Impossible.
Okay.
Philip Seymour Hoffman was a really good villain, and I want to say the third one.
Yep.
People love the falling down from the
first
ceiling,
one.
and that's the whole scene that
it's
put
awesome.
that series a little bit on the map.
Yeah,
that's it. That's where it ends in terms of hearing
you-
anyone talk about Mission Impossible.
People are saying that the most recent one was awesome.
Okay.
And hopefully the newest one is great, and this is how it's going to finish.
All right.
Yeah.
And is there a comparable series for you with the?
Nah, I don't know. It's kind of different, you know.
Okay.
I mean, flying around, jumping off of things. He does all of his own stunts, all that crap.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll discuss what's for dinner, and we will send you on your way. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just going out to eat.
All right, Shafe, what's for dinner as we get ready for a Monday night?
Normally, I don't have a good answer for this segment, but today Today we have taken out some ground beef, and we are going to have homemade nachos.
Oh, that's exciting.
Get the tortilla chips out, get all the toppings, load up some nachos, throw them in the oven, broil them to get them nice and crisp at the end.
Excellent.
We probably do nachos like twice a month, maybe. It's become a good
staple, a Schaefer staple
good meal.
We are doing breakfast for dinner.
Oh,
sounds like breakfast quesadillas.
That crossover costumes made you hungry for breakfast.
So we'll do a little breakfast.
Well, what do you think is inside the quesadilla?
My guess is there's gonna be a little egg, a little cheese, a little bacon, and maybe jalapenos.
Ooh.
Yeah, I hope. We'll find out when I get home. Joey?
I got leftover ground beef from tacos a few days ago, so I might make some tacos again.
There you go.
If you have tortillas and cheese and toppings, you could just go with the nachos.
Yep,
go with the nachos.
I do have that option as well.
Coming up tomorrow, Joey is back producing, and we'll see what we have as a co-host.
Mystery co-host.
Mystery
mystery.
Farron,
Josh is even stumped.
Farron, Bruntz, and Sipple, the guests tomorrow.
Just bring Sipple in for the whole show.
I texted him. He didn't respond. He doesn't fill in anymore. I think it's been like 5 years.
He probably has like 700 unread messages.
He probably does. Shape, this was fun.
It was fun.
Enjoy the nachos.
Thank you.
Enjoy your night as well, folks. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a great Monday. And again, wish John luck. Good vibes and luck to John. He'll be back on Wednesday. For Schaefer, Joe, I'm Josh. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.